Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So first, quick story time. Thursday evening, we're talking 5 minutes after the tea time, the walk and talk stream ended, my monster PC basically just imploded on itself. I managed to get it, to work again, but then Friday morning, the day after, it broke again, and it has not been capable of doing anything since then, which means that I can't actually even try to get it fixed until tomorrow. Maybe it'll not be ready tomorrow, but it'll, the process of getting it fixed will start tomorrow. In the meantime, I've discovered that my laptop is capable of playing Final Fantasy XIV while streaming. Or, it seems to work. I don't know what happens if we stream for 6 hours like we usually do with Smol Kai. So if suddenly the stream, just blips out of existence, suddenly without me saying anything, there's a good chance that it's my laptop saying, no more, I can't take it. Just for comparison's sake, my laptop is running the game at a stable 60, 1080p. Well, unstable 60, I would actually say. In some areas it's 40 or even 30 at minimum settings. So, we'll manage. I can play the game. And I hope you'll bear with me as we try to make this work. I thought it was better to have scuffed laptop stream than no stream. Can we have Big Kai meeting Smol Kai stream once your desktop is finished? Can you be logged in on your account with two PCs at the same time? I'm pretty sure you can't do that. With that said, hey Murpho, hey Vince, hey Ardell, hey Emia, hey Bob, and also welcome back to the Cult of the Pink, Bob. Thank you so much. And hey Asmak, and Gazel, and Derby. Hope you're all doing very well. Right, so there is a very high chance there is some UI things I'll need to fix once I'm logged in. Hey Tristan, hope you're doing well as well. By the way, I'll have a harder time keeping track of the chat overlay, so if it breaks or something, then you'll have to tell me, of course, like as usual. But it'll take longer for me to notice on my own, probably. Hey Cornelia, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Right, let's see. I'm pretty sure the chat is going to be... Yes. It's a little big. Let me see here. This might seem ridiculous, but it made sense on a 4K monitor. Makes no sense on a smaller one. I think this works. I think this looks right. Yep. And yeah, my keybinds are correct. I managed to transfer those over correctly. We made money. We sold everything, apparently. Limsa mode activate. Is that the Giga chat log? I don't need to see what I'm doing. I'm reading the chat. Well. And now we're ready with this. Now we can hop on over to Materia, which should already work. I'm pretty sure, Gazel, that you need, like, if you want to be logged in onto characters like that, you need 2 accounts. I'm pretty sure that, like, I don't know what happens if you try, like, if you're already logged in and someone else tries to log in, like, either someone else or yourself, but on a different PC, tries to log in while you're already logged in. I don't know what happens. Because I haven't tried. The reason why I haven't tried is because my suspicion is that there is a reasonable chance that that maybe, you know, Square Enix would be like, oh, maybe your account is hacked. Why would a normal, like, smart person do something like that? And then just, you know, temporarily suspend the account to protect you. So, I don't want to try. Maybe someone else has tried, but I won't be the guy to try that. Also, hey Warcraft Traveler, hope you're doing well. Committed Sudoku. I have to say, I love that that there is that joke in consistently and intentionally mix up Seppuku and Sudoku. Vince says not on the same service account, but if they're on 2 separate service accounts, then you could. New samurai move. Could you imagine? Samurai learns a new move. They just go, and then just brings out like a Sudoku and solves it. Just. It probably does a lot of damage, depending on how well you solved it. See, Asmax says, I normally play on PS5, but I own the game on PC, so I can switch freely. When I try to log in on both platforms at the same time, the login section kinda bugs out and doesn't let it happen. Oh, well, that's also an option. I wasn't sure of that, like, of which one was going to happen, but I had a suspicion that that was also, like, on the list of possible outcomes. The reason why I suspected that maybe they would temporarily suspend the account for your safety is if you don't have a one-time password on your account and you try to log in from, I can't remember if it's a different location than usual or even just straight up a different PC than usual, then they temporarily suspend your account for like a day or until you put on a one-time password. Which is, or you know what, an authenticator, which is a little strange. Because I mean, if the person who is trying to log in on your account, that isn't. Oh, by the way, look at these amazing shadows. I was looking for a way to just turn off shadows at some point. It doesn't look as bad in like duties, but trees. Ugh. They look like this. So hey, Ymir, hope you're doing well. Did you get recommended this stream after watching Caetsu Chaiji? That's pretty good. As Meg says, I did once manage to log in on both at the same time, but they both got logged out at the same time, and I couldn't log back in for about 8 hours. Wait, you were trying to log in on one character with 2 accounts at the same time? Not as in... Oh wait, you said separate characters, sorry. I thought for a second you said same characters. Because that would have been wild. And I imagine that's one part of the reason why they don't let that happen. One part being... Well, might not be... Like, it might be a little weird if you can just be logged in, like, like, if you can have, like, 2 accounts logged in on the same, like, 2 people logged in on the same account simultaneously with no problem, then, you know, a lot of people, like, actually 8 people per world could share one account, which is not very good for, like, revenue, for example. And then there's also the part that if you could do that, I wonder what would happen if you tried to log in with like 2 separate accounts, 2 separate sources on the same character. Like I'm imagining that it would just say something about you already being logged in or something. Like how it does if you get disconnected and you like write in your credentials real quick and it says, well, your character hasn't been logged out properly. It might well just say that. Because how else could you possibly be in the character selection screen and trying to log in? It's probably because your character is in the middle of being logged out. Hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well. Got recommended after watching a lot of Caetsu Chaijis. There will probably be a handful of laptop streams, assuming that my laptop doesn't suddenly explode. Like if doing content, hypothetically, if just, you know, running dungeons and stuff is too hard for the laptop, I do know that just existing is, like, that's okay. It can take that. Is that a new camera angle? It's a slightly different angle because the monitor over here, which it is the camera's parked on, is slightly different. And also because I thought that it looks better if you don't see, like, the back side of my laptop. And my laptop is right here. Right here. No yokai fate farm? Not today. But I do... let's see what happens. But I do... Like, originally, before my PC exploded, I had already planned to do something next week. So... there's a plan for that. And exactly. Thank you, Gazel. Smol Kai doesn't know how to farm things. She doesn't farm. She does content. Alright, Cornelia, enjoy. Let me see. Well, I don't have to clean up this, I don't think. Oh, also, little side dish here is that because I like my sound, my volume settings, like audio settings, because my graphics settings for my PC is extremely over the top. I decided to not copy those, which also means that like my volume settings and stuff are different. So I decided to I think the volume should be a little bit louder on this PC, or on this laptop. So if you feel like the game sound is overwhelming, you know, do mention it in the chat, because I do remember people have raised concerns they can't even hear the game previously. Smol Guy doesn't really have to farm, just stand there and look pink while others do the work. Well, that's not super entertaining, is it? This time it is cute minions and tasty metals. That is true. It's just, like, part of the reason why Smol Kai doesn't farm is because things that are, like, really grindy to farm might not be super entertaining, like, to just have Smol Kai do from start to finish. And, I mean, I'm going to do it on my main. Like, that one is guaranteed. I'm going to try and finish the entire Yokai Watch event on my main. And if I'm farming something on Smol Kai that I have yet to finish on my main, it feels a bit like I could be spending this time doing this on my main. Like, if I'm doing a stream where I'm farming Yokai Watch stuff, I might as well do it on my main. Shinigami Christex says, fun fact, if you switch to a crafter or a gatherer, you can see yellow quest markers on the map, but not all of them. I mean, you can see yellow quest markers regardless of your role. I'm pretty sure that the quests that require a combat job will turn red, but other than that, they don't disappear. Smol Kai doesn't have a crafter or a gatherer, so I can't demonstrate that. The reason I mention that... They do what? Do they disappear? Huh. Well then, fair enough. I could have sworn they'd stay around. Smol Caetsu, hope you're doing well, and Cat Damon. Laptop explosion is a stream clip for sure. I mean, what's going to happen on your end is probably just, maybe I'll be like, huh, it's really broiling right now, and then like it'll just like you know, YouTube just does the loading circle, and then like half an hour later you'll like see a message from me on Discord where I'm like, yeah, so I grabbed a bucket of water and like threw it on the laptop as it was burning or something. It also hit like my my microphone, etc. So now there's nothing. now there's no content for a bit. Potentially. Hopefully not. Now that's an interesting, like, genius strategy there, Gazel. Fun fact, if you've done all the yellow quests beforehand, there will be no yellow quests appearing regardless of your job. That is true, I used that trick on my main myself. Kaipi mid sentence explaining how to get a 1% faster pass on a really obscure duty, and the stream just goes exactly. Huh. Huh. All right then. Services I DC'd as well. Okay. Well, that isn't exactly the most reassuring, but thank you. I thought it was just my laptop being like just going like, well, now here we go. Apparently it was too much for the universe for Veggie and Smol Caetsu to meet. Huh. I genuinely thought that it was like my laptop already, like it was like it lost in the internet connection because of overheating or something. I don't know, like you don't never know what happened or like what breaks first if it gets too hot. Hey Wool, hope you're doing well. I really got surprised. Speaking of which, hey Ted, hope you're doing well as well. We should probably actually do this leveling thing today. I'm thinking we could start with trials. So if you'd like, you know, Derby, if you want me to wait a sec for you, maybe I should do that so you can log in. However, I will probably be doing trials roulette. So if you want to join for that, you can come on over to me. Are we 8? We are actually 8. The universe wanted cute Arya and Gaia. Yeah, I actually specifically switched over all of my, like, I even moved over the wallpaper to make sure that that was right, just in case the game would crash. And also, I like to have my wallpaper correct. Fair enough, Tate. Just reiterating, if you'd like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. I'm down here on the floor. Down on the ground. I know it's not easy to see. I'm sure all, like, you all see, like, Smol Caetsu just turned into, like, a Minecraft character, because that's how it works. When you turn down the graphics, everyone else can see it. No, not just in case the game crashed, it was for when the game crashed. Well, we have one space if you'd like to come, Veggie. Specifically, we have that space. Yeah, you're right, Murphy. Like that, I expected that it would probably crash eventually. I don't know if it'll, like, I don't know what will overwhelm it. I know that standing in Limsa Mensa is not very, for some reason, it's not very demanding for the laptop. But what is very demanding is doing an expert roulette. Hey, Green, hope you're doing well. The good news are that the latency over on Materia might paint over the particular issues I have with actually playing the game well, because I don't have the keyboard I normally use. Perhaps don't use the chat overlay for this stream. Why? Hey Rust, hope you're doing well.
Let the rebels begin!
You'll have one less thing running. Well, actually, the chat overlay is just a thing inside OBS. like whenever it crashes, the thing that I do is I just change the something in the little custom CSS by like adding a space, and then it just remembers that it was supposed to work. There is also the possibility that the reason why it always randomly crashed had something to do with my old PC, like my strong PC being weird, and has just like had symptoms for like 3 months, and I've just been like, nah, it's probably something else. Like, that's possible. I don't think it'll be the chat overlay. In fact, I am interested to see if it crashes in this stream.
The seas part for we alone.
The seas part for we alone. Ah! But yeah, thank you for the concern, guys. Like, I do appreciate it. I did consider things like that as well, to see like what it would take. I also like there was a time period where I was like, maybe I don't actually maybe I shouldn't be using my my strong camera, because that might take a lot more out of the laptop than just using the built-in one, which doesn't look as good. But it looks like it's working. It looks like it's working. Nope. I didn't manage that. The game said no. The game said you're slow. You're lagging, you're too slow. We are indeed on Ravana Materia. That was also a possibility, Gazel. The thing is that I feel like the value in having the camera is pretty significant. So that's why I'm choosing to have it, despite it taking some of the effort for the PC to run. When are we getting Kai VTuber special? And here's a fun fact, actually. A long time ago, I actually considered, but before I had a camera on, I was thinking that maybe I should, like, I could get like a VTuber model or something. Then I found out what it costs. Like, then I found out what the price is for a good one. And I was like, maybe not.
Souls, I salute you.
And then there's also the part that I actually started using a camera for the streams. We're talking like 2 days or something before April 1st last year, because I had a video coming out where I appeared on camera. Okay. Incredible timing, Susano. Exactly, Tay. You not only is it very expensive, but if you like, you will both have to invest in the model itself, and then if you don't know how to rig it yourself, which you very much might not, then you will also have to invest in someone to rig it for you, and they can probably also do it better than just doing it yourself. Like, if they do like that as a profession in a way. And you will still have to like invest in equipment to like use that model, like that VTuber model well. And like there's some value to it. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying that it depends on what you want. Like, why? Like, why are we looking at a VTuber model? And that's when it occurred to me that I don't actually mind being on camera.
'Twas a memorable dance indeed.
Nice. In fact, the original reason that that I was looking at VTuber models potentially was that given that I had been running the channel for like well over a year, and I had at least been streaming for like I think at least half a year at that point, I was concerned that when I finally appeared on camera, people would be disappointed. Like, oh, that's what you look like, huh? And that was genuinely the reason why I looked for that. Was because I thought, maybe I'm not good enough to be on the camera. That was the reason. You're the best trapped player I've seen. Because I marked myself? Thank you, Emir. Yeah, Silverman says, what do you mean you're not a cute aura girl? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess so, Kitsu. The thing is, like, it's not like I have had a different voice necessarily. Earlier on, when I made videos, I put on, like, I didn't change my voice, but I intentionally didn't speak too loud. Your calm voice fits well with your ultra high quality 3D avatar you're using right now. Thank you. Also, hey John, hope you're having a good day. And welcome. Thank you, Merfolk. Yeah, I understand that, Amy. I think a lot of the time with like VTuber models that's the reason. Like that's the reason why they typically like get that is either like there's percentage of them that do it because they want a model like that, and that's what they want to do. But there's also a significant amount that do it because of the privacy it comes with. You could also, like, you could wear a mask. Someone that I spoke with a bit more back when I was doing like more PvP streams, I believe it's John is Dead on X. I believe he usually streamed with like a completely black mask, and you know, like an Asian mask, like well, one of those like ancient masks on the top. So it's just basically just looked like an ancient, but there was camera on. Like you could do that, and indeed, even with that, I still think like now that I've streamed like this for a while that's still way better than no camera. And it's the principle of like getting the body language, right? And yeah, I could also see that, Veggie. Right. We can do normal raid next, I think. I see Rust is here. Is there anyone that doesn't mind bowing out so that Rust can join for something? Or like just so that we can cycle a little bit so everyone gets a shot? Okay, we... Now we're down to... Wait a minute. Oh, that's why I couldn't see it. We're losing people. We're down. For some reason you were invisible, Veggie, because I didn't have you on my friends list. Is there a possibility that we can get a stream with the camera showing your hands? My hands? Like, for what reason? Like to see how I play the game? Well, I don't know how to choose when we lose when we're down two people and we have 3 potential contenders. I only needed one that was willing to step out. What do I do now? Oh, that's fine, Veggie. The YouTube members are of course like super like very appreciated members and supporters of the channel, but I do view everyone who wants to be part of this to be like can be included. That's why I'm like I haven't reached a point where there's so many that want to come that I have to be like oh, members first or something like that. That hasn't been necessary. Yeah, usually there are also people that willingly step out, which is why I just usually ask. It's very rare that I actually have to just choose someone. And that's also true, Tristan, that often, like as you saw here, I said, do we have 1 volunteer to swap with Rust? And 3 steps out. Which means that I'm now caught in the position of having to choose who gets back in. But Bob specifically just stepped even harder out. Yep. Exactly, Merfolk. Very, very true. I would, like, that's also what I've said before, is that I'm very happy that the way we have this community is that, like, we're helping each other. And being nice to each other. Like, that's a lot more important than being a big community, for example. Although that would be nice too. We could be bigger. That's also true. Thanks to Ymir and Coco and also in part Merfolk. There's often more members than not members. Bigger is better. That's a way you could mess with a blue mage. You just go into this duty where there's a goblin that uses Gobskin, and then you just have a bard that interrupts it. Dunk. No blue mage spell for you. That looked a little janky. That's why you should learn Gobskin with the B rank. Is there a B rank that gives it? I didn't even know that. What level is that? Oh, Wool got disconnected. Hey BSR, hope you're doing well. Keep getting caught in the membership crossfire. I mean, there's also the part that sometimes, I believe there are specific cases where Ymir or Coco, sometimes Merfolk, sees a specific name in the chat that does not have a membership, and then just like goes, like brings out their shotgun and goes BLAM! And just sends some memberships to randomly target that person. So And then we miss. Was it Shiro that we discovered couldn't receive memberships after they got missed with, I think, like 60 gifted memberships? Slipking steel joints in the Ravanian hinterlands is an A rank. Oh, that would make it a little more complicated. If there was specifically a B rank that gave Gobskin, that would be incredibly easy because they spawn like they respawn somewhere like 5 seconds after they get killed. Like they have incredibly fast respawn timers. Oh. I realized I had to reapply my dots when only one was left. Zulumin says, is that a thing? Yes, if you have a, what's it called? A specific kind of account, which is like, usually you have like your main account on YouTube, and then you can just add an account, which is exactly a brand account. For example, the account that I'm on right now, streaming to all of you, is a brand account, which is probably not exactly surprising. But brand accounts cannot receive gifted memberships for some reason. That isn't a problem in and of itself, because most of the time I think, you know, brand accounts are often used like to promote a brand. Like to be the content creator and not the content viewer necessarily. Although it isn't like unusual to like do both. Like if I'm like, let me put it like this. If I was going to like watch a YouTube stream of a fellow content creator, I would probably be watching that stream on this account, because it's a lot more meaningful if I'm actually on the account with a recognizable name. I missed reapplying my dots again. We did have Obama watching. Oh yeah. And yeah, that's also true. Sometimes some countries don't have they haven't like enabled memberships for a specific country yet. But yeah, what people often use brand accounts for is like being able to choose a name, you could say, because there was a time period some years ago where Google just decided that everyone's accounts have to have the same name as your actual name, which had it like back when they were doing the Google Plus thing. Also, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Merfolk, and the 10 gifted memberships, Emir. Wow! Thank you so much! Really appreciate it. Scatter! When people click on the treasures at the end of the raid and people just go, run! I do that, especially on my main. On this character, like if someone opens a chest, I'll usually just like let it be if I haven't escaped yet. But on my main, I don't want that stuff clogging up my inventory. And also thank you for the additional 5 gifted memberships, my folk. Thank you, both of you, genuinely. And that is true. The way that the gifted memberships work is, to be able to receive a gifted membership, you have to click on the Become Member button, and then up in the top right, I believe, there's, you know, the 3 dots. You click that, and then you can choose that you would like to receive memberships, like as in receive gifted memberships. I don't know if that's universally or like you're specifically allowing yourself to get memberships from that channel, but I'm pretty sure that normally it's turned on. But if you're on a brand account and you go through the same process of clicking become member and then the 3 dots, then the option is just not there. So, like, it's that easy. If you're on a brand account, you'll know because it's not there. I'll say 11. Hope you're doing well. And that's like, I specifically remember this whole process. Wait, someone waved at us? Oh, there. Because back when, I believe, I think it was like Merfolk and Ymir, maybe Coco was in on it as well, like, gifted something like 60 memberships to try and give Shiro a membership, and they didn't get one. Then we went like, okay, what's happening? Why can Shiro not receive one? Like, how is this possible? And it turned out that that was the reason. You can't because brand account. It wasn't even that Shiro had just like, oops, forgotten to turn on the option. Specifically, it wasn't an option for them. But yeah, because some years ago when Google made this change where all accounts, just like main accounts, would just change to use your actual real name, a lot of people don't like communicating on the internet at large with their real name. I would say understandable, like privacy and all that. But the only way to circumvent that was either to go into the settings and somehow convince Google that your actual name was whatever you wanted it to be. Like, for example, if you wanted it to show like Ymir, you would have to convince them that indeed your first name was Ymir and then your last name was nothing. Or you could make a brand account, because a brand account could be anything, right? Like, it could just be anything. So people just made brand accounts to use to get the name they actually wanted. Say says, what happens with gifted memberships if there's not enough people to receive them? It will first, I believe the order of business is that it first tries to give memberships to people that are actively in the stream right now. Then it will try to give memberships to people who were in the stream. So like if you checked in on the stream earlier, and then I believe it'll try to give memberships to people who have been in streams previously, potentially something like that. And then it'll start trying, I think, to gift memberships to people who have subscribed to the channel, but I'm honestly not 100% sure on that. However, if it runs out of people, like as in it cannot gift, like it goes down the list of whatever things it does deem like potential receivers and finds nothing, it will hold the membership, like gifted membership, for I think it's like 12 hours after the stream ends or something like that. And if it doesn't find anyone to gift it to, it will refund the gifted membership and then just not give it to anyone, obviously. I don't believe we've ever, on this channel, have been in the situation that no one could receive a gifted membership though, but I have had people go, I've watched like 2 videos on your channel. How do I have a membership? Exactly 11. Precisely, that's kind of how it can go. And also, hey Sixpack, this is indeed Smol Kai. She's very small and ready for a holiday, as you can see. And I do agree on that, Yureen, that your online alias is sort of like your brand, although I feel like your online alias is almost like something else. Like, it's like your chosen identification on the internet. Like, the name you chose for you on the internet. And your brand might not be that. But, like, what's a good example of this? Oh, this might be a good example. And like, this one might be a little bit of a big jump or a big leap. Any of you ever watched Markiplier? Notice how in games he calls himself Bum Bum or something like that. I don't know if that's because that's what he calls himself in games, but I feel like it's rather rare that he actually writes Markiplier. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well, and also Philippe, hope you're doing well as well. What do you mean, Jack? It's let's just say that I play better when I'm not streaming and playing at the same time, and I also play better when I'm on a good PC. As I mentioned at the start of the stream, we're running a little bit of a scuffed setup, working on my laptop. That's why the graphics are a little, yeah. We're making it work. But yeah, I totally recognized the problem when they decided to change everyone's YouTube account names to their actual names. My solution was that I stopped writing comments entirely and stopped posting anything on my main account. Just completely. So that my account basically just disappeared for the most part. Yeah, I believe you can also go into your settings somewhere and make it so that people cannot see your name in the list of people that have subscribed to them. So you can make yourself hidden in that way too, if you don't want to be seen there. And that might also be handy if, again, your account name is something you want to keep private. I solved that problem a few years ago by changing the name of my account, which is how I know that if you have a if you have a name, like if your real name is something you don't want on your account anymore, or alternatively, whatever name your account now has is something you no longer want it to have, you can change it. You can just change it. Right then. Oh, right. I was just about to say Alliance Raid, but we are on Materia. That is unlikely to happen. I think I want to try and keep these two so that we have something to like push further into 71 when we do get to 70. But we could do 5, 6, 7, 8. If you would like to join me for 5, 6, 7, 8, come on over to me. Oh, Veggie, we've tried for weeks. The one time we actually made it work, like Alliance Raid popped on Ravana Materia, was... I think we had like 15 or 16 people prepared and ready. I went to Limsa and shouted about looking for like, trying to get, I'll disband and regroup. Like trying to like get people to queue for Alliance Raid. And I think it still took like 30 minutes or more to get it to work. So that's kind of the reason why I've come to the conclusion that it's not happening. If we like finish everything and like I'm still level 70 somehow and I'm like out of roulettes, maybe I would go to to light and do alliance raid and then come back. I'm guessing, just context clues, I'm guessing this is a free trial alt of Caetsu. Philippe says, playing and streaming is still easier than trying to remember to press iron jaws every 40 seconds. Actually, if I wasn't streaming, and more importantly, I was on the PC I normally play on, I would probably not be forgetting to use iron jaws. It's exactly the problem is that I'm like splitting my attention too much. And that is also a pretty good point, that some people, like I have actually seen some people that have like 5 or 6 different accounts. So that like they can basically they can use them as like pseudo TV channels, because like here's the thing, I don't really watch very much on YouTube on this account. So when I go to check like the home feed on this account, nearly all of the stuff I'm recommended is Final Fantasy XIV stuff, like video creation stuff, something that is just extremely popular in general, and my own videos. While on my main account I get recommended all sorts of different stuff. So like you could go and have like a channel that this one I use to watch Pokemon, and this one I use to watch Final Fantasy XIV, and this one I use for watching Guild Wars, and this one I use to watch random comedy skits, so that you can just go on that account and it just works. But I think that would be very confusing personally. Cat Damon says average wait time for Alliance Raid is 23 minutes for Adventure in Need. Exactly. And that 23 minutes is probably not real either. It's probably closer to 30 plus. Or there's even the possibility that it's, it's one of those where it's not popping. But don't lose hope. Just try. I'm sure it'll work. Or something. That's fair, Tay. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yay, Snowcloak! Oh, the specific problem with Alliance Raid Roulette in this context is that we are on Ravana, Materia. Right now, it's like way into the night on Materia. So we're relying on basically voyagers only to make this happen. And I think a lot of voyagers right now are more likely to be doing something like Yokai Watch fate farming. Exactly, Veggie. 2 a.m. on a Monday morning. Ow. I'll run it back. I was just like, wait, why am I taking so much damage? And just as I was about to write spans myself, I'm dead. Yeah, exactly, Six Pack. That is actually, I think this is a very interesting thing we learned from this test realm or test phase, is that And this was something that I think I touched on as a potential outcome when in my video where I was talking about the potential problems of worldwide data center travel, that it is perfectly possible that it'll be fine and people will like use it for a week or two, and then it'll like lose the new car smell, and then people will just stop. Like people just stop doing this and just go home because they'd rather play on their home server where they have a better connection or something. And it does seem like that's what has happened with Materia, that people have, like, people tried it, they visited whoever they wanted to visit, and now now we're back to just playing the game. Now we can visit and hang out if we want to, but most days we don't need to. And also, hey Archibasta, hope you're doing well. I feel like I'm winning, and yes, I'm playing on a laptop. But it seems to be working pretty well. I'm still like knock on wood. Just wait. It'll probably explode at some point because it's overheating or something. I don't know. It seems to be fine. And yeah, I haven't checked if my ping is different on this machine, but on my other one I played with 300 ms, so it's probably about the same. Oh yeah, the price of teleporting everywhere when you have to pay the full price. Uh-oh. Well. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I'll run it back. I mean, before we started this duty, people, like, the group was like, oh, I don't feel like healing this because of my ping, and I said, it's probably fine, and if we wipe, then we wipe. So, it's fine. It's fine. We're having a bit of lag. And yeah, hey Bluefish, we are on Materia, Ravana specifically. We are, people are hanging out outside the Twin Adders Grand Company in Gridania. And that is also a good point, Six. That because there are so many people, or like the potential for so many people at least, if you're trying to do some niche content, there's the possibility that it would work better on Materia than somewhere else. We're just like, there's no particular reason why we're hanging out right there. I think it's just that that ended up being the place that we hang out, because I think when I was leveling, I think it was when I was leveling Dark Knight, I regularly had to like run back to the Grand Company to buy gear from there. So it just like, I bought some gear and then I was like, all right, anyone want to do some duties? And I just stayed there. And then that just became the place. And it could be anywhere. But there's also a nice little space with a rock outside. But it looks nice. Oh boy, I feel like the snow is really munching on my FPS. And that's also true, Biraheen. It's right next to where Smol Kai spawns when she switches data center. Philippe says, I see why a ranged tank wouldn't really work. Why wouldn't it work? Hey, Aurotito, hope you're doing well. I feel like the stream has been going well. What do y'all think? How bad is it? Like, how terrible is the viewing experience compared to how it usually is? Six says, what determines where you spawn when DC hopping? One thing and one thing only. Which city did your character start in when you created it? That is the only thing, and I'm pretty sure that once your character is made, there's nothing you can do to change that. Ever. It is the well, that was maybe a little bit overzealous of me. Stream is solid on your end. That's good. It was actually quite interesting. I had like a test stream early, like a private one, just to see if things worked, and I fought a little like a mob, like I did like a Stone Sky CE thing, and when I watched back like the replay of the stream, I was like, this looks smoother and better than on my own screen. It would imply that you should kite to avoid damage. Not necessarily. It just means that you could kite to avoid damage. Let me elaborate on that, Philippe. Paladins, during their magic burst, could hypothetically run away from enemies for like 4 GCDs while still maintaining full DPS. But I don't see people doing that. Do you? Like that would be like a rare thing. The main reason and here's the thing, I've talked a lot about how I would love to see a ranged tank. Like when people say what kind of job would you like? What kind of jobs would you like to see in the future? I usually say something like I would like to see a pet tank. Like a tank that uses their pet actively as part of combat. I would like to see a ranged tank, a mage tank even. Like I want to see something we genuinely do not have. That would be fun. Like that would really be something, because it would stand out more from the 4 we currently have. But the main reason I say that a ranged tank wouldn't work is more because of it would be really hard to balance. Like if the ranged tank has some sort of inherent advantage over the other tanks, there's nothing the other tanks can do to deal with that. Like basically, there's a reason why all 4 tanks have an invuln of some sort, because if they didn't, then one of them would have a massive advantage that the other tanks would never be able to make up for, which is also the reason why Paladin having this ranged phase in its rotation is more like a detail or a gimmick when it really comes to it, rather than like a massive advantage. Like there's no fight where you need this. Because if there was, then Paladin would have a significant advantage over the other tanks, and that wouldn't go. So like that's the reason why I don't think a ranged tank would be a good idea, even if I would love to see one. Like I would love to see it. I think it's really cool. I also have like the part of the reason why I also know that it might go down like this is because I do recall that Wildstar, on release at least, specifically had like warrior as like a classical tank, assassin, or stalker or something as a like an evasion tank, and then engineer as a ranged tank. And it would probably not shock you that all information that I ever heard about on that game in regards to tanks suggested that engineer was the best tank. Like, it was the best one. You could just stand wherever was safest. Like, you didn't even have to like carefully kite mobs or anything. You just like how tanks, like if they have to reposition the boss, they like run in, smack them, run away, come back, smack them as the mob gradually moves over to where you want them. If you're a ranged tank, you just stand where you need to be and shoot the enemy. And you just wait for the enemy to come to you. It'll come eventually. Which is very, very good, right? So, like, that's the reason I'm like, I could imagine it would be a problem. Also, by the way, lucky you, Cat Damon. Cat Damon actually managed to get Alliance Raid Roulette to pop now. I guess we should have tried it. Ah, well. Also, hey Traverse, hope you're doing well, and good luck with the Extreme. Why are you doing it in that order? I'm pretty sure that the Zodiac is first. Yeah, an engineer could have been a combination of both. Like where you have like a robot companion or something. You could do that. I was thinking, like, I think it would be... I would think it would be cooler with like a mage with a pet. Not because there would be anything wrong with an engineer. It could also function like a mage tank. Like, the concept of a mage tank is probably primarily that you're casting things, right? That you have cast times. You have to stand still to cast. What if range tank with a burst that's melee, or at least more close range, prevent just staying away? Well, the thing is, I don't think that it'll be a problem. I imagine what could be the biggest concern with making like a range tank is that it would be incredibly helpful to be able to just kite forever. So the obvious counterplay to that is to make, like, for example, if you make it so that the range tank can't run and gun. Like, if you give most of their attacks cast times, then they can't stay away forever. The boss will eventually reach them. And if you have to run forever, then you're about as good as a tank that has, like, that isn't in range anyway, because the melee tanks would have to stop to attack as well. And they could also just make it so that enemies run faster or have a longer reach. I believe in World of Warcraft, mobs have like twice the melee range of a player, at least while running or something weird like that, so that like they can like reach out to smack you as you're running away, so you can't just kite forever. They also have the possibility of dazing you if you show your back to them, which halves your movement speed for a while. BSR says, Allo mobs have giga reach. There you go. And see, here's the thing, and that's actually an important detail, is that in most regular dungeons, it doesn't really matter if, like, one of the tanks is particularly good at it. Just look at Warrior, right? Oh no, woe is me. There's a ranged tank that can tank a dungeon without taking very much damage because they can kite all the mobs. Well, may I present to you Warrior? They can just solo the dungeon. Could be that, yeah, if it was like a pet tank, it would have like some sort of swap with its pet in some way. It could be a lot of things. That's the reason I think it would be interesting, is because how would a pet tank work? It could be a lot of things how it could work. There was this I don't know if it still exists, but there was this modded World of Warcraft called Ascension, where you could basically customize your class. Like you were just an adventurer, and you could just grab skills from different classes and talents from different classes. You could even customize your stats to some degree. And I specifically remember that some people designed I would say that's like, in parentheses, pet tank, because warlocks in that game have a talent called Soul Link, where you transfer 20% of the damage you take to your pet. So the way it was a pet tank was that you had a pet. It was a Voidwalker, which is like a tank pet. It's just not really, like, it's not that good. It's a tank pet. It works for like single target stuff. It's okay. But it doesn't hold aggro that well. But it has a lot of HP. And then you just Soul Link to that, and then the rest of your toolkit was just unrelated to the pet. It was just kind of there, right? But you just have permanent Rampart as long as the pet is alive. You just have Rampart all the time. Right, well, I think what we will do now is I want to conserve leveling and MSQ roulette for when we're level 70. So I think we'll just do Doma Castle. And with that in mind, does anyone want to join me for specifically Doma Castle? At least once. Then come on over to me. I'm over here. Hey Toby, are we doing well? Says, wasn't that used to cheese Ramu Extreme or something? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Back when Titan Eggy could tank, it was reasonably common, or well, not reasonably common, it was a thing that you could tank certain things with it. We'll probably have multiple dungeon runs. I see both Udo and Cobalt also want to join. I specifically remember Bob stepped out from a duty earlier, like where I said someone can step out. So like I want to like bring them. As usual, I want to bring everyone. We will have more duties. But I'll be ready to rotate. The normal raids for the funsies. We already did normal raids. We already did those. Hey Zaf, hope you're doing well. What level is it? It's 667. Yeah, I think it was something like... I don't know. I didn't play back then in A Realm Reborn where that would be like a significant strategy. But I have heard that you could use Titan to tank. I'm guessing on like the reason why it would work on Ramu Extreme is perhaps that the Titan Eggy just didn't have the weakness that players have on that fight. And for those that don't know, Ramu Extreme, the way he works is that every few swings he'll do Shock Strike on the tank. And Shock Strike kills you through invulnerabilities if you don't have that buff that you get from picking up 3 orbs. You just straight up die. And there's nothing you can do about it. But because Titan is unable to receive such a buff on account of being a pet, maybe it doesn't check on pets. I don't know. That would be my guess. How come they took pets away as pets anyway? That is an excellent question. In Shadowbringers, they removed pets' ability to have HP, and then in Endwalker, they kind of got rid of them like almost completely. I could give a guess as to why they did this, but that's the best I could offer you. A guess. The guess is that in Stormblood, they added Summoner's Bahamut, which means that every 2 minutes or so in Stormblood, your pet would just leave for, 20 seconds or so. Which makes it really awkward to, for example, tank with your pet or, like, use your pet in a lot of ways. And then in Shadowbringers, they made it so that, well, since your pet has no HP bar, it certainly cannot buy. So now it's just kind of there. And the reason, I think, that they completely went away from pet management is simply because pet management in Final Fantasy XIV, and I would also say in other MMOs, not as much in like other MMOs necessarily, but I know in Final Fantasy XIV, pets have always been supremely janky. Like, extremely so. A particular problem that was extremely common that I've talked about on streams a few times is the problem of ghosting. Which gradually became more and more and more of a problem for especially summoners, because every time, like if you issued your pet to do something, or your pet was about to do something, and it then was despawned for any reason, it would try to do it, but it wouldn't actually manage to do it. Like, it just wouldn't finish the cast. Oh, my dots. Right. I was looking at them 20 seconds ago. A key example is that summoners, like good summoners, learned that they needed to make sure that the last GCD they used while Bahamut was out was instant, because the way Bahamut used to work was that he used Worm Wave once after every cast of yours. But he would start casting it, like he would start winding up to cast Worm Wave when your cast finished, which meant that if you cast Ruin 3, like normally, that would take 2.5 seconds, and then Bahamut would try to use Worm Wave, but he only had like 1 second left of existence, and he wouldn't do it. The same could happen to your casts of Enkindle Bahamut. And I'm not saying that that was the reason that they got rid of pets in general. I'm just more saying that the pets have always been really, really janky, ow. So I could imagine that they simply reached a point where they were like, we can't, in this Final Fantasy game, we can't have this where we have these systems that are just like a core part of the game, in fact a core part of certain jobs, that just don't work. We can't have that. Like, we just can't. So instead they just like gradually removed it. That is my guess. The irony of all that is that Endwalker, they massively increased the responsiveness of pets, meaning that it would no longer be a problem. Mostly. Like, I think that I think Worm Wave would still ghost if you just cast a hard cast Ruin, but other than that, most of the things might work. John says, what weapon will Beastmaster have? We don't know. However, I could make my most qualified guess is that they will use a one-handed axe and shield. Because Beastmasters and Boja use a one-handed axe and a shield. And that's all we have to work with. And I specifically remember originally when they started talking about the idea of having Beastmasters as a limited job, they specifically mentioned that there are Beastmasters in Boja. Like, the groundwork was there. Also, welcome back, Emir. Hope you had a good time. I think we're winning. But of course, if they do use shields, they might use, like, special fancy schmancy shields specifically for Beastmasters. But, ow, I'm pretty sure I stepped out of that in time. Never mind. Or they might just, like, dive into the massive pile of shields that Paladins have. Indeed, Beastmasters in FFTA used bells. That is true. I think they could also use a handful of other weapons, but the weapon intended for them were bells. So that would also be an option. Bells were used by Geomancers in FF5. I just also remember that back in FFTA, Beastmasters used bells. FFTA is a game I've enjoyed a lot. Very much. Thank you, Zdola. Thanks so much. I hope you have a good day. In 11, they like axes and scythes. One-handed axes or just axes in general? Oh, is it like whatever? I haven't ever played 11, but I do know that a lot of the time there are things where the reason that they do something in a specific way is because, well, they did it in 11, maybe. Or it's at least, like, on the list, you could say. Fair enough, Zdola. I don't want you to feel like you get spoiled. The closest you'll get on this stream, though, like, we're just doing duty spam, and then we're doing some bar story quests later. But other than that, it'll just be like the fights that you might feel you get spoiled on. Although I suppose the upcoming boss really soon might be a little bit of a spoiler. So now you have been warned, I guess. What Final Fantasy games have you played? When I was like really little, we had Final Fantasy VII for the PS1. That was my first introduction to Final Fantasy. Later, we got like a double pack games that both had 1 and 2. Although it looked weird. Oh, whoops! I think that might have been an upgrade. No, wait, I already have that bow. Huh. But it looked different, but we had something that seemed to look like FF1 and 2. When you were little, but you're small guy right now. When I was even when I was small person guy. And let me think. My brother had FF10-2 specifically. I never played it. He also had the FF12. I never played it. Did the overlay freeze? No, it was specifically FF1 and 2 for PlayStation 1. It might have been the real ones, and I just felt they seemed weird. I can check on the overlay on my end in a bit. Is it behind? You're all talking too fast. My song has been out for like 30 seconds.
Die, die, die!
But yeah, 7 was my introduction. Then I played 1 and 2. More 1, but I didn't finish it. And for 7, we got to, I think, the final area. But let me put it like this. Neither me nor my brother could speak or read English. So it was a miracle that we managed to get that far. My mom is pretty good at English. But we only sometimes bothered her to say, what does that say? So most of the time, we just somehow managed to guess where we were supposed to go. And we reached that point. And the thing that completely stopped us in our tracks was that we were just not capable of beating, like, the Tonberries. They were too scary, man. they were scary. It just casually walks towards you and then just one-shots your character. It's just too scary. So we ended up not beating it. And Final Fantasy 1, at some point, I just got stuck. Like, again, the power of randomly guessing just stopped working. And then I just gave up. For Final Fantasy 2, we extremely quickly were met with the possibility that if you go one step too far in a direction, you meet monsters that can one-shot you. And that wasn't very fun. So we didn't like that. So we just didn't get very far in that game at all. Then Final Fantasy X-2, I actually have no idea because I never played it. My brother played it a bit. I've seen some of it. And for Final Fantasy XII, I remember again seeing my brother play it, and it seemed like he enjoyed it, but he didn't get that far because he was like, "This isn't what I was expecting." Because that's when I believe that's when they started the like not fully turn-based exploration stuff, where like you could run around and like a little bit open a menu and stuff like that. It wasn't like fully like how it is in like FF7R and stuff like that, but it was different. But then we also had, both me and my brother had Final Fantasy Tactics Advance for the GBA. And that's a great game. And I played it a lot, but both my save and I think also my brother's save got a little bit stuck at some point. Simply because while we, like, because of how, like, the game has these, basically, if you haven't played Final Fantasy TA, the way that it works is that, on any given day, there are like 1 to 3 as you progress through the game, it like gradually becomes more and more, and I believe it caps at 3 or 4 laws where there is a thing that is prohibited and a thing that is recommended. For example, on a given day, it might say that fire magic is prohibited and ice magic is recommended. And you have this resource system that you can use to basically use limit breaks. And you get a point of these when you kill, like when you defeat an opponent. But you also get one basically every time you use a recommended action. But prohibited actions would give you, like, there's a judge on the map, that's the one that gives you the points. He will go over and give you a yellow card for using a prohibited thing, whatever it is. And if you kill someone with a prohibited action, he'll give you a red card and just delete your character, the character off the arena and throw them in jail. And if you're not that great at making like very flexible builds, you might be in an awkward situation where you have to do this fight to protect a specific city on the next day, but on the next day, the particular things that are prohibited is spears, swords, and fire magic, and your particular best characters are like someone who uses swords, someone who uses spears, and a black mage that happens to have fire armor, and then you're just like, you can't do anything. You just can't do anything. By the way, I see in the in-game chat that there's someone trying to make Alliance Raid work, so how about we see if we can help that? If you'd like to join me in attempting to go to Alliance Raid for a bit, come on over to me. And thank you for joining, Wool. Yeah, I intentionally move locations so someone who's AFK doesn't, like, get caught in the potential crossfire. Also, hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. That's pretty interesting, Cornelia. But yeah, what I can say, just to finish on that story, I think... Oh, wait, Chingazo wants to join as well. What I can say on that story with FFTA is that because of that, years later, like several years later, I had like a GBA emulator, and... Oh, we can only have one tank, by the way. And I figured out how to use, cheats. So I turned off the laws. And what I learned from that... Oh. You need everyone check your gear. Are you individually able to queue for Alliance Raid? Your gear might not be high enough. Yeah, the requirement increases with your level, Kobold. If you're 396 but you're level 90, then that's probably not going to fly. I'm pretty sure you need like 565. I think we can try again with this. Ariel says the chat stops for me if I report a bot. Huh. If you open the Duty Finder menu, just for anyone troubleshooting, just open it and check Alliance Raids. If you're not high enough item level, it'll tell you. Personally. Also, now we're one healer short. Oh. Can I request repairs from anyone in the group? Oh. Says you do not have the dark matter. Yeah, what I learned from playing through Final Fantasy Tactics Advance with no laws is that you incredibly quickly, like insanely quickly, just like land on one particular strategy and just do that every fight. Where with the laws, well, first of all, there comes like a metagame in trying to like move around the world so that you spend the correct amount of steps to make sure that the laws are to your benefit and to your opponent's detriment. Like, consider that you could go into a fight where like maybe you saved and maybe you failed beforehand, but now you know that, well, this fight that I'm going into happens to be a fight against, I don't know, 3 bombs. You know, the red bombs that do self-destruct and stuff. And they usually use Fire and Firaga and things like that. It would be awfully convenient if fire magic was prohibited for that fight, wouldn't it? But if there's no laws, then that's both meaning that you can't do anything, but like you can't use it to you can't like there's nothing to avoid because there's no laws, but there's also nothing to abuse in that way, which means that it just becomes a matter of decimating your opponent as quickly as possible before they get a chance to do the same back to you, which of course is how the game works. But because there's no laws, there's no need to innovate very much. You just end up casting the same spell every fight. You just use your biggest spell because it's never prohibited. This is also the reason why I've seen like talks about sometimes games are designed with some sort of I don't know if it's hostile game design or what it's called, but sometimes like design elements that feel completely contrary completely contrary to what you'd expect, like having a strategy game where it would be extremely good if you could just turtle and wait for your opponent to approach, because it's just easier to just let them come to you. But then the game is like, yeah, but you have to win in 11 turns, so get a move on, right? And the reason why they do things like that is because while turtling and just waiting for your opponent to come to you is incredibly effective, the developers of the game potentially also observed that it is not very fun. Like, sure, it's fun the first few times, but eventually you're like, this is kind of like every fight boils down to become the same, which was the same problem I said for FFTA, right? Is the chat broken? Nope, it is not. Derby has said something just as I was about to ask. There's also the problem that if you can just turtle for every fight, it means you're extremely ill-equipped if, like, let's say there's like 30 stages. And you can turtle for 28 of them. But specifically stage 11, and stage 11 is a fight where you cannot turtle because you have to move to a specific spot in a set amount of turns. And the final stage probably also has like a sequence where that happens as well. But because you've been able to just cheese it and not really learn the game by just using the most broken strategy from start to finish, you don't know how to handle fights where you're not allowed to do that. And then you never finish. It's also a bit like how it kind of feels annoying, to put it mildly, when you are in when there are stealth levels, you know, the sneaking levels in games. feels a little bit like getting the rug pulled out under you, because you didn't think there was going to be a sneaking section in this game where you're fighting everything. That's kind of that, but then not really, because it's more like if there's going to be a stealth level, then make stealth like an obvious option in other parts of the game, so you're not like completely lost when it finally like becomes the, oh, in this level you have to use stealth, because like in 10 levels before this one, or in the 10 levels before this one, stealth has been an option. Exactly, Emir. This is Thancred, MSQ solo task there, solo duty. It kind of like remedied it a bit by just making it so that, well, Thancred can just say boom and I'm invisible against most things, so you don't have to like think that hard on it. But then there's also In From the Cold, right? Which is a lot harder if you don't understand how side cones work and like how mobs get aggroed to you. Like, that's not a true stealth level, or stealth quest, but it's close, right? It's basically a stealth quest. But yeah, by making it a standard that you're not allowed to do something like turtling, or maybe turtling is like something you're uniquely allowed to do, it means that you're forced to be more creative. It's not that turtling is necessarily a bad idea, but I have played games where turtling works in most stages, but then there's the one where it doesn't work, which it then makes the game way, way, way harder because you're not equipped for that. Particular one I remember was I really enjoy the Creeper World series. There's nothing to do with the Minecraft Creeper. It's a game series called Creeper World. In the second game, the Creeper World 2, you can basically just like build a few turrets and just like hold back the enemy while you build up your base until you're ready. And then there's the level where the game is like, oh yeah, you have to reach this particular spot and save this guy. You have 4 minutes and 13 seconds before the creep gets to him and kills him. And you might not be equipped to know what to do about that, because you usually just like build a few towers and then just build your entire base up. You don't even know how many resources you need, because usually you just build a few towers and question marks profit, you have infinite resources now. So you don't know how to deal with that, and then you end up either quitting or watching a guide, like just see how someone else does it, or you give up. Like, maybe you give up. Maybe you find out a different way to do it. There's a bunch of options, right? But it might be the quit moment when you're met with such a fight, where, well, I don't know how to do this. You go for the pasta, Tristan. Build additional pylons. Also, hey, Shorakai, I hope you're doing well. But is this Thancred? This is Thancred. And see, that's actually a funny thing in here. Oh. Well... Looks like a six-pack got disconnected. It didn't look like it was going to pop anyway, though. So maybe we'll just... like, I don't see the person who shouted about it earlier either, so maybe they also gave up. I think we'll just... well, we tried. We gave it a good shot. Lobby server error. No worries, Six. I'm not saying that you messed up. It's just an observation. Maybe we will... we could wait a moment for Six to get back and then try and queue again. We'll try. Like, I'll try for another 10 minutes. But then, if that doesn't work, I think we'll just go back to spamming dungeons. The interesting thing I was getting at, Ymir, is that the first time I did the Venar fight, I believe I did it as Summoner. That was really easy. Like, I was like, oh, well, that was pretty cool. Anyway, and on Smol Kai, we did it as Dragoon, and I watched my footage back and saw that I did a lot of mistakes. Like, I could have done it way better, and I still managed. So, like, when I made a video about the hardest MSQ duties, I was like, well, Venar is probably not one of them. I'm sure I only had problems because I'm an idiot or something, or I didn't know something. I'm sure everyone beat it first try. Because I had never heard anyone talk about that fight being particularly difficult. And then I made a video about it, and the most effective way to know that you're wrong on the internet is to say your opinion on the internet in a video. Then people will certainly tell you that you're wrong. Right. We'll give it another 10 minutes, and if it doesn't pop by then, I do see it says 17 minutes, but we'll see. If it doesn't pop, then we'll just spam level 69? Castrum Avania. But yeah, I learned that a lot of people had trouble with this particular duty, and not only did some have some trouble with it, but apparently black mages were the most common to be like, it's impossible. And I got it right. Like, I got it right first try with both of my characters, which was why I was like, it's not that hard. Whereas with In From the Cold, I didn't fail that one. But I felt like it was a lot harder, and I heard a lot more regularly people mention that it was hard. And also, hey Zerga, hope you're doing well. And also, Companion Saras. Actually, my experience with In From the Cold originally was that the cutscene that comes right before In From the Cold, I was sitting there bawling my eyes out, just crying, because it was such a beautiful but yet sad cutscene. And then bad stuff happens, and I'm sitting there like, alright, I guess I have to pull in these tears and play game again. I was really mad. ESR says, apparently there's a bug for that fight where the balls are supposed to get heavy debuffs, but they don't. Huh. Also, thank you, Vince, for checking. I think the problem, the thing that makes In From the... Because the thing is, as I said, I didn't actually fail In From the Cold, and when I think about it, I wasn't close to failing In From the Cold. But the presentation is what sometimes makes or breaks this stuff. What I mean by that is that normally when you're doing a solo duty, you have 30 minutes, sometimes you even have an hour, but it's usually just, on the screen over here. It's long enough that you can easily do the duty if you're doing the duty and not doing other stuff. But In From the Cold actually shows warning, you only have 30 minutes, and puts it differently on your screen, as if you're actually on a timer here. You have to get a move on, which means that it feels like you're under stress. You don't know exactly, it felt urgent, which means that you're like, well, I only have 20 minutes left now. How much is there after this? Now I only have 15 minutes. Like maybe you reach 15 minutes and so on. And you don't know how long it is. What you know is that the duty is saying you only have 30 minutes when it starts. And then it also puts you in this awkward situation where things are hard. Like harder than usual to defeat enemies, and you have to sneak around, and you have limited supplies and things like that. Where, like, again, that's not something that normally happens. So it feels a lot more stressful. Whereas for me, with Venar, I realized that it was okay to let some orbs go through, because it didn't fill the bar fully when she got one. If I remember correctly, she needed 8. Or was it? Oh wait, she needed 7 to max out. There's a lot more than 7 orbs, but that's a lot of mistakes that you're allowed to have in that fight. Whereas with the In From the Cold, all it really takes is you pulling the wrong mob at the wrong time, and you're potentially done. Like, you could probably run away, but if you didn't kill anything leading up to that, then like you have to run away past all those other mobs, and that could like lead to a chain reaction. Like, there's a lot of scary things that could happen really quickly. Also, hey Tigeros, hope you're doing well. Stadion almost recruited me to the Dragoons. Well, you could try Dragoon. But yeah, that, like, I think that's why a lot of people, like, it was the combination of feeling powerless, the enemies don't de-aggro and In From the Cold. Well, there you go. Also, I did see you, Matthew, and thank you. Matthew said, I would never tell you you're wrong. I think you have, but you've usually, like, followed up with a sauce. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Sorry. Yeah, if enemies don't de-aggro and In From the Cold, that's even worse. Because that means if you pull the wrong thing, there's nothing you can do. You just have to run. Or just let yourself die, really, when it comes to it. Or kill it, but the point is, if you've pulled something that you're not actually ready to kill, like something that is stronger than you and you don't have enough of those medkits that you could find, then it's over. Then it's just over. What about 90 minutes in AF? I feel like with most duties, if you can't beat it in 90 minutes, then you were probably not going to beat it. Unless it's, you know, it's an extreme or a savage, then it's more like, you know, you're not supposed to beat it in one sitting necessarily. Although that's something that I will say. And this is something that's like we sometimes talk about door bosses, which is like this is usually a thing in Savage raids, in the way that the final boss of a raid tier has like a phase 1, then a checkpoint, and then a phase 2, which, given that beating phase 1 doesn't reward you anything, it's a door boss. It's just the boss blocking the door to the real fight. And alright, Emir, enjoy your milk. Milk purchase, I guess. It makes it feel like sometimes, why is there a door? Like, why don't we just have 5 fights that give loot in a given raid tier? And you just have, you know, boss 1, boss 2, boss 3, boss 4 part 1, and then boss 4 part 2. And you just clear each one. And you get loot for each one. And I can see the I can see the benefits to having like a phase 1 and a phase 2 with a checkpoint for the final boss. Like, I can see the benefits to that. But I can also see the annoyance of the fact that you have 2 hours, I believe. I think it's 2 hours for Savage Raids. And if that time runs out, then you have to beat the door boss again. You just have to beat the door boss again before you can practice on the second. Like, just think about, like, is it 90 minutes? Can't remember if it's 90 or how much it is. How much is it in a raid in general? Like this one. It's 90 minutes. Is it 90 minutes in Savage? 2 hours on a 4th boss. Okay. Yeah, that sounds right. But imagine, like, you could take, like, a platformer with a really hard section, and if you die, well, your checkpoint is, like, 5 minutes away of difficult platforming. Or maybe there is no checkpoint. It is, like, the final part of the level, you just can't beat it, and every time you die, you have to go through the entire map, like entire level again. And that's true, Six. I think we'll jump out of the queue then, and then we'll just try spamming dungeons for leveling. Thank you. That's, I think, kind of the problem with door bosses, is that it feels a little bit like that, right? That while you get a checkpoint that is right where you want it, there's a time limit on the checkpoint for some reason. And, you know, I could also see the merits of making it so that if you beat the door boss, you get like a checkpoint that you can just jump to until you defeat the phase 2. And then, like, you could make it so that you have that, and everyone in your group needs to have that to be able to skip to phase 2 or something. Like, I think that could work. Like, that could be a way to, like, make this work a little more nicely, so you don't have to beat the door boss multiple times. I guess. I don't know if that would be a good solution. How long is it for Criterion Savage again? I think that's 2 hours as well. Isn't it? Anyway, I think I will disband the group, and then I will say, if you would like to join me specifically for Castrum Abania, come on over to me. I'll move over here. There's a very significant detail with what's it? It's a very significant detail with Criterions, is because there's several trash packs and bosses. That you might need 2 hours. Like, you might actually need the full 2 hours. Also, hey, look at the Magi and Kenda, and no, I think that's it. Hope you're doing well. Eh. Good luck, Zaf. Bagheera says, do we have a favorite job? I have a lot of favorites. It's usually like depending on role and sometimes it changes. Like for example, I really enjoy Warrior, I really enjoy Sage, I really enjoy Black Mage and Summoner, and I really enjoy Dancer. I also really enjoy Bard aesthetically, but I'm really bad at it, as you can see. And I really enjoy Reaper and Samurai. Huh, that's really interesting, Vince. That's maybe a strategy, because that's like there's something that I've heard from, like, heard a lot about, is that that a lot of people are having a lot of trouble with actually doing fates, like actually doing fates for the Yokai Watch event, because before you even have a chance to do anything, at least on some servers, a blue mage just comes in and sweeps everything, just instantly, so you can't participate. No, it's not black mage snipers, it's BLU. But I do know what you mean, Zaras. I've also heard that this isn't like a problem everywhere. Like, it is a problem on some servers, but not everywhere. But if it is a problem on whatever server you're on, then that could be a way to, like, deal with that. Is to just, like, go to one of the Materia servers late at night. No worries, sirs. It's actually a pretty common problem. That's why I realized what you meant. Even though that was not what you said, because there's a bunch of people that will write, like, for example, some people will write BLM for Blue Mage, but they'll write BLA for Black Mage, for example. I've also seen some write DKN for Dark Knight. Yeah, I have only had one time where I actually farmed the Yokai Watch event. I had plans to, like, work on it every day to, like, eventually get through it. And then my computer exploded, right? Or, you know, figuratively exploded. So I've been a little busy. Just a little busy. And that one time I had an opportunity to. I did notice there was a lot of blue mages, but what I mainly saw them do was, like, the whirlpool strategy, where they just, like, suck up all of the enemies and just spam, like, Ram's voice and the hydropole or whatever it's called. And the thing is, neither of those things will actually, you know, finish the fate on its own. It'll take a bit more than that. But it isn't, like, it is very, very aggressive, but it isn't so bad that it makes it impossible for normal jobs to participate. Yeah, I don't know, Matthew. My guess is that it kinda works. Like, it's like DKN for Dark Knight sounds kinda kind of efficient because the K could both be for dark and it could also be for night. Whereas DRK could just be, you know, it's just, you know, dark. And yeah, that's also what I've been doing, Vince. Like I've used Paladin because that's the specific job that I happen to have a Realm Reborn relic weapon in the works for. And I couldn't be bothered to do anything other than that. So I'm trying to double dip. Yes, you could, Obama. Also, by the way, I hope you're doing well, Obama. You can, if you log out to character select. Well, first, what you have to do first is you have to go all the way out to the main menu, go to data centers, and access Materia once. Just go over and get to the character selection screen on Materia, where you will probably find that you have no characters. Once you've done that, go back out to the main menu, go back to your own, like to your home data center, and then you right-click your character name on the right, and choose visit another data center. And then you just choose Materia from the list. And right now we're on Ravana and we're hanging out at the Twin Adders Grant Company in Gridania. If you want to come hang out. And that's also an interesting point, Arador. That's also something that I imagine is often the reason when people use a weird, in quotation marks, acronym for a specific job, is that maybe the acronym is actually different in their language. Like, that is absolutely a possibility. I am doing well, thank you. Ah, so close. If I hadn't goofed up my targeting, we might have made it. Despite everything, I am doing well. Yeah, you could also use the fates to level jobs. That's also, like, if you have jobs in the appropriate level ranges, then absolutely you could do that. Oh yeah, that's also true, Six. Suddenly, you have an event where Blue Mage is exceptionally convenient to have, and suddenly people start finally working on their Blue Mages. It never fails. I think I actually predicted this, that like, because this happens every time there is a Muggle's Treasure Trove event where Blue Mages are particularly handy for some reason. It never fails. There will be a lot of people in Party Finder trying to max, like, to get their Blue Mage spells, and it specifically starts when it is too late, like, because you're in the middle of the event, people are actively doing the event. You should have been farming Blue Mage spells 2 weeks ago, not during the event. Not saying that you can't do it during the event, I'm just saying that it would have been a lot easier if you had done it beforehand. Yeah, like, if you have anything on your character that it would be convenient to do some A Realm Reborn fates for, this is the time. Is there any job acronym that is not weird? I don't know. I feel like most of them make pretty good sense. Like, how can I say it? I feel like it would have been a lot weirder if Paladin was named PAL, for example. Hey Yato, hope you're doing well. I feel like a lot of the time it's a lot easier to learn a job when you actually, you know, have it in your hands to look at. If you have it, like, available to access, you might also have an easier time, you know, sitting down and looking at and trying out the actions in your own way. If you're interested in the job, then you can, like, I don't think you should give up on it just because it's confusing. Sometimes it helps to watch the guide an extra time, or maybe like watching the sections you don't quite get a little, like, an extra time, or watching it a little bit slower, or like, there's a lot of things people have found that works or do not work. But I do think it might help you once you have the job. That might help you a lot. And yeah, exactly, Matthew. The reason why I thought about PAL was because in World of Warcraft, people usually just refer to paladins as palas. And Death Knights as DKs, for example. Which, you know, is probably the reason why I look at Dark Knight, DRK, and go, yeah, that makes sense. If the rule is that it has to have 3 letters, then I guess R is an option. Like, I suppose that works. Like, if that's the rule, the design choice, then A or R would be the one you would put in the middle, right? Yes, my favorite WoW class, Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. Do I already have this? I already have this. Sage having an acronym is kind of weird. Yeah, SGE? I mean, would you have preferred if it had been SAG? Because come to think of it, I don't think that's better. But yeah, the thing is with this kind of fate farming is that with the amount of players that I've seen on those fates, I don't think they would take that much longer without any blue mages. Like, yes, when you have blue mages that are going like complete over turbo speed, then yeah, sure, like it goes a little too fast. But beyond that, play Lala. The class. Oh, it was for what Sarah said. It's fun when some trash player wants you killed because of a race you play. What race could do that? I have heard some absurd things from people that specifically hate on Lalafells, but is there any other than that? Aura? Really? I've never... That's news to me. But I can tell you, Sarah, that people saying something like that are the crazy ones. Like, that's not you being, like soft or something. That just shouldn't happen. It's the single target boss mobs that die to missile or ultra vibration in my experience that people complain about. How many are there of those? I didn't see that happening in my session. However, my perspective on that is that I saw, you know, probably half a dozen blue mages at least in like this stampede of players. So I sort of just thought, if it is possible for a blue mage to one-shot this boss, at least one of them have tried. Like, at least one of them tried. Like, that's the perspective I had. But, you know, like, it's not like I looked whether they tried. I was too focused on, you know, trying to hit a few things. Because I was there as a paladin. Hey Adam, happy Sunday. I don't know why they would do that, Ceres. But I can say that if they're actively trying to get you killed in game, like, and it's clearly malicious, you could probably bring it up, and then if they start saying something, then you can probably report them. That's not acceptable behavior. Also, hey Cole, hope you're doing well. Right, we would have to do Castrum Urbania one more time. So if there's anyone that wants to join me for Castrum Urbania round 2, come on over to me. Philippe says, the other day I shirked a Reaper on a Bond Monastery by misclick. I meant to cover him. Thankfully, I wasn't the raid main tank. The thing is, it becomes clearly a pattern if someone like repeatedly does it, and often people can like resolve the problem by saying, oops, I didn't mean to do that. But even if you had been the main tank, something that is really important to keep in mind about shirk is that shirk only transfers a fourth of your enmity. So to shirk to some random DPS in your group and it like actually getting them in trouble, they would need to already have 3/4 of the enmity you have. And if you're a tank, because that's the reason you have shirk, you would have to have no tank stance on for quite a while for DPS to be able to catch up to that. Oh yeah, that's true. They would need about half, because you go down 25%. That's true. They would need 51%. That's true. But that would still be very unlikely, given how much enmity tanks generate. It would specifically still require that you it would still require that the tank didn't have a stance on at all for a significant amount of time, and no other tank had either if it's in like an alliance raid. But that's also true. Some mentioned that a lot of tanks just have a macro that just shirks to player 2 in their group. And if they've set DPS to be the second after tanks, then in an alliance raid, that would mean that they accidentally shirk one of the DPS players if they click it by accident. What do you mean with how it works now, Traverse? I'm pretty sure Shirk has always worked this way. It's just that there was times where Shirk was, rather where tanks had much less of a insane lead on Enmity. Whoops. Yeah, before Shadowbringers, so back in like Stormblood days, for example, if the tank was not using tank stance, which they might because they would have to choose between tank stance and damage stance, then DPS and healers had to use their tools to make sure that they were generating as little enmity as possible to stay below. Which would mean that if everything was going to plan, well, you might be so close to the tank that if the tank decided to shirk you, you die. Yeah, you had to both use, like, you had to use cooldowns that reduced your enmity generation, and you had to use them often. Which also meant, and I've talked about this before, but basically, back when tanks had this choice of tank and... Oh, thank you, Philippe. I think I missed it by a second. Let me see. Here we go. That because of the fact that enmity management was a group effort back in the day, it meant that tanks were more like forced to use their tank stance if their group didn't know how to manage their enmity, which meant that it became the tank's problem if the rest of the group didn't know what to do about it. Which is a bit of a shame, because it meant that tanks wouldn't be able to use their most fun tools because they were locked behind actually switching to your DPS stance. Like, for example, Warrior's Fellcleave was exclusive to the damage stance. So if your group couldn't manage their enmity, you didn't get to use Fellcleave. Isn't that fun? So it kind of felt like punishment in a way. Or you could at least say that it felt like that. And yeah, I believe Lucid Dreaming was it just deleted half of the enmity you already had out, if I remember correctly. It was quite insane. Coltus, have you ever had a group kill all 4 of those before they go off? Yes! I think we actually had that, like, multiple times on Smol Caetsu streams when I was leveling Dark Knight. I'm pretty sure part of the problem is that Bard just isn't super great at delivering that much damage on such short notice. Like, you can't really, like, there's not really enough time for your dots to go off properly, things like that. But I saw it happen multiple times on stream. But I believe that was also while we were on light. So no major latency issues for anyone in the group. Like, imagine what I could do if I could properly double weave without it clipping awkwardly. And I just want to highlight that not only did I see it multiple times in a single stream, but I'm pretty sure that's the first time I had that happen. I was like, I didn't even know it was possible. And then the community just goes, would you like to see me do it again? But I think we actually talked about it when we managed to beat it, that we beat it after the rework of the duty. So if supposed, so we were like, is it possible they nerfed them? I think we talked about that. I looked at my dots a little bit ago and was like, I'll remember this, and then I didn't. Does anyone have footage of them doing it before the rework? It's a good question. That would be like perfect proof that it wasn't made that much easier, at least, right? Oh, that doesn't hurt that much. And my dots. I saw it with 2 seconds left. Who needs Iron Jaws anyway? Who needs it? I stop at just 1 summoner. Yeah, I suppose Samurai might not have too big of a mega burst yet at that level also, although they do have Gurren by that point, right? They could, like, really chunk on 2 of the ads at least. Thank you, Ajibuster. Nice. White Dark Knight when you can have Inner Release Warrior? I don't know if Inner Release Warrior would be stronger, but they would both be very good, right? Well, you know what, Six? I'm pretty sure like there's also the possibility that what you actually saw was what was WoW players using bigwigs, I believe it's called. Like the most common like boss mod is deadly boss mods, which like gives you heads up of what's coming up in a boss fight and so on and so forth. But bigwigs, I believe, is like an alternative that, you know, does things slightly differently, but like both work. And I'm pretty sure that bigwigs among the two played, you know, the jingle when you beat a boss. Thank you for coming, Veggie. And I hope you have a good night. Hey, Johnny. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm assuming that you found them helpful. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is also a good point that Tristan kind of brings up, is that part of the reason why I noticed in such detail that we were suddenly able to beat like those 4 hypertune things before they came out was because like we weren't like making specifically a group composition to do that. We just went in with 4 solid players and it worked. Like, it's the same as, like, when I was leveling Smol Caetsu's Dark Knight, I was pulling like I was, like, synced down and really well geared, even though I specifically wasn't. Like, I was, you know, wearing whatever I happened to have, and still doing, like, the Giga Pulls and Mount Gold, and not necessarily needing invuln, like, not that I was intentionally not using it, but never dropping low enough for it to really make sense to even consider it. Which I found very interesting, because I've specifically had players say, oh yeah, that Mount Gold pull is impossible if you happen to be a Dark Knight, or if you're not geared, or if some other reason. And then I go in and do it with Smol Caetsu wearing whatever she happened to bring in her bag that day. That's of course not me being some hyper genius. It's of course everyone in the group that is really, really strong. I'm not bad. It's impossible on Dark Knight. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what those kind of comments boil down to, right? I know, definitely, Adam. All jobs are good. It's like the reason why we're suddenly talking about specific jobs in the context of this particular pool is that some jobs haven't come like fully online with their burst at level 70, and at the same time some jobs just take too long to wind up for it to really work in that particular fight, or in those particular pools. Like, for example, Bard is strong, absolutely, but oh, you have 30 seconds to kill 4 guys that are spread out in a room, so you can't cleave them all equally. How do you do that? Dots don't quite work, but they might be better than the alternative, or are they? And whatever song you use, well, you won't get full value out of it, or will you? Right, so we reached level 70. Which means that now we can finally, well, we can finally use this. Now that's sad. And yep, that is correct. Refulgent arrow is the thing that we're lacking. But that does mean that the next thing we're doing is this. Let me just double check. We have Nature's Men. We got the Imperial Arrow trait, and then we have Refulgent Arrow coming up. Let's see. If I have this, that means I have a full set of level 80 gear, right? Yeah, it does look like that. So we could buy a little bit more level 70 gear. Also, I hope you have a good evening, Rust. Refulgent arrow ready. It is funny that it doesn't change, isn't it? Or is it not? It is a little strange. And they just decide to not do anything about that. It's really funny. I move it over to the other side so I can better see what I'm working with, only for it to go, oh, we'll also move the tooltips over on the other side then. We've got you covered, buddy. And now to here. No, Cole. The time where the proc rate raises significantly is when you get burst shot, because that has 35%. And yes, when you get burst shot, they also give your other, like, filler shots a chance to proc. So, like, that's where it, like, massively increases. Welcome back, Emir. I hope you got a lot of good milk. Got milk? Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Norval might be an even bigger pain than Guidelot. Despite my express instructions to keep out of the garrison's way, what does it do but go and bother every single soldier about? And now everyone here looks at us askance. I brought a tome to record mission details, but instead I'm filling it with the names of those to whom I must apologize. I'm sorry if I caused you trouble, but it's simply more efficient that I make the increase myself. What a man says amounts to only half. What a man says amounts to only half the story. How he says it gives you the rest. Besides, I felt compelled to make up for Master Guidelot. All he seemed to be doing was drinking and singing. Well, appearances can be deceiving with him. He has his own way of acquiring information. Speaking of which, I am curious as to what he has learned. Caetsu, might I ask you to look around the castrum for him? I will keep a close eye on Novel in the meantime. We have some Skaven gear, Emir. I get what you mean, Cole, but the way that it used to be, actually, back before Shadowbringers, is that straight shot didn't require a proc. The way that straight shot used to work was that it just gave you plus 10% crit chance for a while, or like 20 seconds, I think. Oh, sorry, Emir. Let's see. Is that Shire gear? I don't feel like all of it is. That guy is in like low-level gear. But yeah, the way it used to work is that straight shot gave like 10% crit chance for 20 seconds, like plus 10%. And heavy shot had a chance to give you, I think it was just called straighter shot, which increased the potency of straight shot by a bit. So like sometimes you could, refresh straight shot with a potency benefit instead of a loss. And Refulgent Arrow just uniquely required this proc, which meant that if you didn't if you didn't need to refresh straight shot at that moment, you could use Refulgent Arrow for a big payoff instead. Like, you had the choice. And when I think about it, that sounds a lot more interesting than what we have now, right? And not gay shot. Yeah. Look for Guidelot. Where would Guidelot be? Am I blind? I think I'm a little bit blind. Oh. If I just turned left, I would have seen him. He's in Shire gear. Sanson wants to know what I know, does he? Well, might be as I've learned a thing or two, but I ain't ready to share 'em yet. Still need to clear up some details, see? And I'm not one for unfinished tales. It ain't Bartley, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Seeing as you're here, though, there is something I could use a hand with. Of late, masked bandits have been terrorizing the area. Not even Alliance soldiers are safe, it seems. The brazen bastards set on a patrol just the other day. And now, a twin adder scouts late to return, and chances are the bandits are at it again. I want you to go and check things out. I'd go myself, but I need to keep an eye on our friend Nuval. He's been acting queer since we got here. Queer, you say? There'll be more to tell later, but for now you'd best be on your way. The soldier was bound for Schism, ruins to the northeast of here. It sounds like Guidelot is researching the gay shot actually on Nuval, eh? Hey Viv, hope you're doing well. And hey Zengerkrieg, hope you're doing well as well. It's clearly the level 82 gear. That moment when they do reprints, eh? And wait till they find out about gayer shot. I don't quite understand what you mean by that, Adam. Iron Jaws doesn't actually have the ability to give you straight shot until you have burst shot. Like at level 76, the things you get is 1 Burst Shot, which has a higher straight shot ready chance. And then you get this trait, which gives Storm Bite, Caustic Bite, and Iron Jaws the same chance. Before level 76, none of those actions actually have a chance at all. Thank you. They fell upon me with nary a warning. They knew I was coming. We alter our patrol routes on a regular basis, but they knew. What's more, it was as though they were barring my way. But now is not the time for speculation. I must take word of this back to my superiors. My thanks again, friend. And also true, Iron Jaws does less damage. It's not a big difference. It's not a big difference, but below level 76, Iron Jaws just straight up does not give you the procs. And at 76, the potency difference is even more significant, because Burst Shot is 220 and Iron Jaws is 100. So you wouldn't want to just spam Iron Jaws as your filler. Although I suppose if you completely forget your dots all the time, it wouldn't hurt to do it sometimes. Can you not skip dungeons in New Game Plus? I don't know. Does anyone know here? There you are, Caetsu. So, what happened? Was it the bandits after all? Yes. Yes. Masked bandits in the area, and you had an encounter with them. Thank the matron you did not come to harm. Guidelot, why did you not see fit to share this with us? I knew it was nothing Caetsu couldn't handle alone. Besides, I had some business of my own, someone to keep an eye on. I cannot imagine who that might be, Master Guidelot. I owe you an apology. Master Guidelot, I owe you an apology. I had assumed in error that you were not doing your work. Unorthodox though your methods may be, there is no doubting their efficacy. Ain't no trick to what I do. Everyone's got a song what's close to their hearts, and with a bit of camaraderie in the corps, they'll tell you what it is. Then I strum 'em their song over heart to heart, that's all. Thanks to Guidelot, we were able to learn of the recent incidents, so I ask you, will you not have a little faith in us? I'm not certain I understand. Look, Noel, we've made a stop here at your request that we might gather information for our search, but not once did you tell us what it is we should look for. But now we have more than a solid grasp of the region beyond. What should we do next? Oh my, did I neglect to tell you? My profoundest apologies. The tome we seek, it's said to rest in a place connected to Gulbadi, the general who led the Alamagan forces during the Autumn War. Now that you mention it, the masked bandits appeared on the way to Schism, and Gulbadi was a known devotee of the Fist of Ralga. Just taking a wild stab here, but might be as they're also after the tome. An unsettling notion. Should that be the case, we haven't any time to waste. I'll go and make some inquiries immediately. Wait! I didn't give you permission! Leave him. There's something you two need to know. I got this from a soldier, but Novel's been sneaking outside the castrum while our backs were turned. Bastard's been acting right fishy since we got here, and he tensed up good when the subject of the masked bandits came up. Whatever his true motives may be, we must bring them to light. Rather than reel him in, let us give him some line to act. There's no telling what Noel will do next. While we keep watch, please see that you're ready to deal with anything. No, exactly, Adam. That's why I pointed at both Burst Shot and then pointed to Bite Mastery, which you get at 76. Or rather, I believe it's Bite Mastery 2. Check this out. Check this out. I'm level 70. Heavy Shot has 20% chance. Caustic Bite has 0% chance. Storm Bite has 0% chance. And Iron Jaws has 0% chance. And then you have these two traits. That's fine, Adam. Now we both know. Wolfsden Pierre, of course. The classic. We've continued our surveillance of Noel's activities. It's beyond a shadow of a doubt that he has an ulterior motive. In order to find the tome, it's past time we took our search to the field, but always he finds an excuse to stall. Whenever I suggest investigating this ruin or that, he will inevitably claim we haven't enough information, displaying he doesn't want us out there. Nay, bastard wants all that outside goodness for himself, but try as we might, we haven't been able to find out where he sneaks off to. Worrier than a bird, that one. Meanwhile, the masked bandits continue ambushing Alliance patrols, and they always know exactly where and when to strike. It's as though they have insider knowledge of patrol routes. The only explanation being, there's a mole in the garrison, leaking them intelligence. And who could that mole be, save for Noel? Every move of his marks him as the prime suspect. We know little and less of Noel's plot, but it can only lead to ill. We must needs bring it to light, and swiftly, before he can do any more harm. To that end, Guidelot and I have been keeping Noel close, allowing him no chance to act. By now he will be positively itching to rendezvous with his accomplices. And this is where you come in, Caetsu. We need you to feed Noel some false information, that I am in an alliance meeting, and Guidelot, a drunken stopper. A man will not pass up the chance to sneak out, and he is like to do so with greater haste than usual. This will afford us an opening to shadow him to his destination. Drunken stopper? Really? Not so flattering, I know, but you cannot deny that it's believable. Now then, Caetsu, pray go to Noel and plant our misinformation. Once you have done so, come and meet us outside the castrum. Also, hey Fila, hope you're doing well. It is going well here, I think. I think, Fila, that you got a membership last week? I think it was last week, and I think it was Ymir. Philippe says, what is with your ping, what do you adjust to avoid double weaving on the opener? Well, what I usually do if I have to is that I just, do single weaves of the things that I need to do, like one by one. So I would do like Storm Bite, Wanderer's Minuet, Caustic Bite, Raging Strikes, Heavy Shot, Battle Voice, Heavy Shot, Imperial Arrow, Heavy Shot, Bloodlet, and so on and so forth. But I've noticed that sometimes I can double weave, so I've just come to the conclusion that I'll just double weave anyway, and then I'll clip. If I clip, then I clip, and that's just how it is. Whatever. So the way that I adjust to it is I don't. At least not on Smol Caetsu. If I did it on my main on a different job where there's a little less weaving maybe, then I would probably try to find a way around it. But specifically jobs like Bard that have so many weaves, I just go whatever. I can't make it work. Like I can't work around it, so I'll just not try to. Oh, he's right over there. I thought it was a longer trip. Both of them are unavailable, and there I was ready to strike out on the trail of a promising lead. Oh yes, I'm sure, Noel. Well, disappointing though it is, the search will have to wait. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to. Oh yeah? You don't say. Pulls out, yeah. I mean, if you could pull out your car and just drive immediately like that, would you walk? If you could just go, and then you're in your car already at speed. It worked, my friend. Noel rushed out of the castrum not a moment ago. He was headed east towards a ruin called Caemmunity. Guidelot trails him even as we speak. Come, let us join the chase. I believe the reason, Six, why multi-seat mounts never scale down is because if you had a Lalafell... Wait, where is it? Oh, over there. If you had a Lalafell sitting on, like, a Rigadon size Chocobo with, like, a second seat, that would just be a really small Lalafell on a relatively big Chocobo. Whereas if the roles were reversed and you had, like, a Lalafell fitting Chocobo and a Rigadon was sitting on it, I'm pretty sure the Rigadon would actually, like, their feet would just clip through the ground. And that would look a lot weirder. Oh, solo duty it is. I wish I could bring a healer. Unfortunately, the game doesn't let me, Bob. Adam, it's actually quite insane. Battle Voice and Radiant Finale are 30 yalms, but Mage's Ballad, Army's Paean, and Wander's Minuet are 50 because they're auras. Not to be confused with auras. It's a good old-fashioned tryst. Let's have us a peek, shall we? We have it, my lord. Turn it up among his retainer's possessions. Long last, Gilbardi's journal, and not a moment too soon. I just about outstayed my welcome at the garrison. When that adventure caught us falling upon the patrol, I had feared that the game was up. But thankfully, the other two were blind fools, all this time watching me, and they didn't see a thing. We've only skimmed the tome, but it seems you were right about what happened to Lord Evangelon. Was there any doubt? Once we return to Gridania and make this knowledge public, none shall harbor so much as a shred of sympathy for Alamigo. That shall pave the way for us to propagate Lord Evangelon's will and advance our agenda. At last we've uncovered Noel's purpose, and the tome is right before our eyes, no less. Commander Hirua spoke of a faction that vehemently opposes our aiding Alamigo. I dare say we've found them. But how did Noel come to lead such a crew? And what is this talk of Evangelon? What? The Gridanian general sung about in nigh 100 songs, who led our forces against Gilbardi in the Autumn War? Only to die of an illness before the fighting was over. Aye, the very same. Having lost his leadership, we would have lost the war entirely had the other nations not come to our aid. Don't know about the rest of you, but it seems to me our damning little secret pertains to Evangelon. And Noel seeks to use it to stoke the fires of anti-Alamigan sentiment to some sinister end. This cannot be borne. We cannot let them have the journal. Are you with me? I would imagine that onions might be relatively low in price right about now, but I couldn't say for certain. The Shire gear is dyeable, yes. Because it's augmented, it is dyeable. That would be pretty funny if Guidelot suddenly became a healer. But what usually happens in duties like this is if you drop low enough, one of the NPCs will just heal you anyway. Like they'll just be like, "Oh, well, actually, I know I'm a Lancer, but you know, I've studied a little bit of white magic." Or sometimes they'll just like quaff a potion, and it works anyway. Is there any augmented gear that cannot die? Can Ironworks Magitech gear die? Oh, that's a good point, 6. That right now with the Fate farming, this would actually be a very good time to level your Chocobo companions, so that makes sense. Relax, I was helping with the cleave, buddy. I think the reason for like if you've played Final Fantasy XIV for long enough, I just realized there's another bowman over there. If you've played Final Fantasy XIV for long enough, you might have played back when it was actually possible to buy regular Shire gear, which would then had allowed you to have the version that you can't actually die. That's a lot of archers. I feel like my NPC companions here are relying on me to do quite a lot of the heavy lifting here. That looked a little janky. I was playing last year. Fair enough. The thing is that the unaugmented version of Tombstone gear cannot be dyed. But the augmented version pretty much always can. As far as I remember. But you look at that. He did quaff a potion. When he needed one. Perhaps you're not such blind fools after all. Very well, take your journal. Aye, take it, read it. Know the vile crime the Alamegan has committed against Lord Vainchilon, against my own blood, and see the folly of aiding such honorless people. What do you mean, your own blood? Did I mishear? Did he just say that Vainchilon was his ancestor? Aye, that's what it sounded like. Vainchilon, the folk hero loved by all, celebrated in countless songs. That pain in the rear's his descendant. Never would have guessed. Any road? We've got bigger concerns. Let's see what this musty old tome's hiding. Wouldn't it be funny if they just wrote this and just, like, the whole point was to, like, hide it where it would make sense to find it, and then they just, like, put their own propaganda in it? Wouldn't that be funny? The Vainchilon, I extended an invitation to negotiate peace. The meeting must be in secret, I explained. But not all of my officers share my view. My opponent accepted and arrived at the appointed hour. Peace? Everybody knows there weren't no peace on offer. The hell's this about? Well, Sanson? Wait, It continues. Without suspicion, he took his seat, and without suspicion, he drank the poisoned wine. The effect was swift and sure, and within moments the man lay dead at my feet. Wait, Vangelon was murdered by poison. To this day, Lord Vangelon remains an object of worship among many Gridanians. Were they to learn of this, it would pose a serious and ongoing impediment to diplomatic relations. Oh boy. There's no denying that some Alamegans did some terrible things in the past, but what Newell's trying to do ain't no better. Might be as he's after the truth, but nothing good will come of this, and certainly not any decent songs. The truth. Tell me, Guidelot, when we surrender this journal to our superiors, what do you think they will do with the knowledge? The seatseers aside, I reckon the brass hats at the Adder's Nest would want to cover it up, bury it nice and deep, and pretend it never existed. Aye, nor would I put it past them to exploit the knowledge to gain leverage in dealings with Alamigo. But whatever they may do is none of our concern, is it? Duty compels us to hand the journal over to headquarters. You're the leader of our merry band, Sanson, and duty compels me to obey your orders, shite though they often are. You decide whether we hand over the journal or not. Guidelot would entrust this decision to me, but what of you, Caetsu? I feel like the thing missing here is the classical, it doesn't matter what I say here, option. You should decide. Yes, that would only be proper. As the leader, mine is the burden of decision. At any rate, this ain't the place for moral dilemmas. Let's get ourselves back to the castrum before Newell and his mates decide they want to have another go. You know, that is actually an interesting point that I think both Six and Adam raise here. I've basically, if I want to, save a bit of money on buying something, I will personally, if it's expensive enough that I can't be bothered, I'll look up which world it is cheapest on and just go and buy it there. Because I always do this, I kind of assumed that most people would do this, right? But it turns out a lot of people don't do this, which means that it is a very real option to flip items by just going to a world where it is cheaper and then go back to yours and put it up there at a markup. Absolutely true. Also, hey Darth, hope you're doing well. Like, for me, I will bother to go out of my way to do all this if there's a significant save. But it has to be significant. And usually I do it if I have a shopping list of things. And that's also true, they don't move too fast. I think it was Orion, Orion that made 4 million gil by just flipping items for a few weeks. But I believe 2 million of those was from one particular kind of item that was weirdly inflated in value. Insanely pricey. Guidelot has disappeared somewhere in the castrum, giving me room to ponder matters. I shouldn't doubt. We should write our own propaganda. Dart says, when I do these now, I pick option 3, skip the dialogue option and not choose, but I have no idea what I picked the first time when I did read. I don't think you can skip it. I'm pretty sure if there is a dialogue choice, those are the cutscenes you cannot skip. But I mean, if you just mash through them, you'll just choose the first option, I believe. I've since read through Gilbardi's journal, and I'm afraid there's no two ways about it. He summoned Vangelon under the pretense of peace, and then slew him with poison. However, one mystery remains. It appears one of Vangelon's sons was present at the fateful meeting. Landrenel was his name, and he narrowly escaped with his life, but instead of crying bloody murder, he announced that his sire had died of illness. He is a man who witnessed his own flesh and blood slain, and in the most underhanded manner, yet he concealed the truth. Why did he do this? I do not understand. But it avails us not to agonize over the motives of those who lived in the past. Nay, our quandary concerns the future. The future of both nations. The truth is best kept buried. No good can come of digging it up. It is crystal clear what must be done. And yet, though my mind sees the logic, my heart rebels against the idea. Forgive me, Caetsu. It seems I require more time to think on it. The instant we hand Gilbardi's journal to headquarters, the truth of Vangelon's death is all but guaranteed to be struck from history. I've thought long and hard on a course of action, what we should do with the tome, and I believe I'm drawing close to the answer. Before I make my decision, however, I would ask your honest opinion. Do you think the sordid truth of the Autumn War should be made public knowledge, even should it jeopardize our relations with Alamigo? Ascertain its credibility, actually. Verily, a sound choice demands a sound grasp of the situation. As ever, you are an island of calm reason amidst a sea of chaos. I'm like I'm ready for vacation, Samson. Thank you, Caetsu. As the leader of our unit, I am now ready to make my decision. Let us find Guidelot. He will wish to hear it too. Yeah, Ymir has become the teacher in the kindergarten outing of 3 Lalafels. Hey Ham, hope you're doing well. So, you've made up your mind then, about what to do with the truth? I have. I shall go to the Adder's Nest and entrust the journal to our superior's care. Above all, we cannot allow it to be used as an instrument of hatred. Having said that, neither will I stand for the truth to be erased. I'll oppose any attempt to do so with all my being. Ymir, I'm probably the least responsible of the 4 of us. Are you seeing this? I just like want to underline this text right next to that statement. It means I gave you that out. That's true. That is true. I suppose she is looking like a student wearing sunglasses. I'm not sure I understand. What do you want to do exactly? I will hand over the journal on the condition that the truth be revealed one day, when the people are ready to accept it. Call me indecisive, but I cannot bear to see the tome misused, nor the truth willfully buried. Well, look at you, Sanson the Stiff, standing his ground. Goes without saying, but I'm with you, Chief. Ain't no one gonna exploit or erase history on my watch. Thank you, my friends, for trusting in me. Don't let it get to your head, though, eh? Had your decision not been to my liking, I would have knocked you flat on your ass and resigned from your Swyvin unit. Oh. So much for you decide. Never change, Guidelot. Captain Sanson, right? Some fellow asked me to pass this letter to you. Anyway, bye. This is from Novel. journal is yours to do with as you wish, but ere you take it away, I would speak with Caetsu, and Caetsu alone, one last time. I wait you in Dimworld by the Percipient one. Oh, this reeks. Tell me it don't. But if this is a trap, why would Newell ask for the strongest of all of us? He may truly have something important to say. Conversely, it would also offer us a chance to convey our intent. I'm loath to expose you to danger, my friend, but will you go to this meeting? I don't like the idea of you going alone, but that defeats the purpose of the meeting. At the first sign of danger, though, get out of there fast, alright? That child emanates confidence. Huh. Well, ain't that something? Well, let's rest the teacher. Hopefully they can bring everything to order. There's been a murder. Is this Cluedo? What's happening here? That floor was too slippery this time. Oh yeah, you don't say. You just straight up died. They ate the berries. Berry. The Percipient one. Oh, we're already at level 68 quest. I thought it would take longer. You know, Adam, you mentioned you have actually hit guild cap. Personally, I have never been close to guild cap, but I've never had issues paying for the things that I want, which is the reason why I don't even I generally don't worry about guild on my main. I worry a little bit more on this character because Smol Caetsu does not farm. I'm sure I won't get ambushed. Surely not. That moment when you walk up to a spot and it has the purple glow of, you're about to get attacked. Wait, why is Guided alone here? Ah, you're back. But where's Sanson? Another letter arrived right after you left. Asked for him to come as well. You're really alone then. Swive me. You were just a diversion. Sanson was the real target. I thought it'd be alright seeing as you'd be there, but I should have gone as well. God strike me down for a fool. If you didn't see Sanson, they must have mapped him on the way to Dimworld. Come on, we have to find him. You have to go for a bit, Emia? Alright. Sansun's book was lying here. He left a message in blood, the goddamn mummers. We have your friend. We will send our prize to the adder's nest. And Horson can take his ransom and shove it up his ass. We're gonna storm their hideout, tear them all new ones, and free Sansun. We don't know where they are. Damn it, Caetsu. How can you always be so calm? It's downright contagious. And you're right, of course. We don't even know where the bastards have taken Sansun. We need help if we're gonna save him. Come on, let's hurry back to Britannia, to the adult. Couldn't we just... There's the castrum right nearby. Really? Really? Ah, perfect. Oops, all lalafels. Oops, all potatoes. And bad choices of making cake to eat. Nice. Does that also come with milk? Or did you need the milk to make the cake? As you know, it's piece of cake to make a pretty cake. We've returned! I've just reported the situation. They're gonna call a meeting to talk strategy. As for Gilbardi's journal, I'm still holding on to it. Told them it's for the chief to hand over. They were none too pleased, fancy that. You see, unlike our friend Sansun, I don't have much faith in the Order. Don't trust them to act in our best interests. The journals are our bargaining chip, not only with them, but Noel besides. Would be good to bring old Jahantel into it as well. He'd want to know, and might even have some sage advice to share. But for now, we sit tight, wait and see what the Order and Noel will do, and then we plan some doings of our own. Till then, rest up and save your strength, Caetsu. We're gonna need it. Have you saved up your strength? I hope you have, because we're going right now. Good time, Caetsu. I know. Newell's demands have just arrived at the Adder's Nest. In exchange for Sansun's freedom, we're to release the contents of Gilbardi's journal to the public. Bastard won't be satisfied until all Gridanians hate all Alamegan's guts. The brass hats are deliberating a course of action as we speak. Not much we can do now but wait. Oh well, that's my specialty. Waiting. No guideline and read bad advice. True. Commander's made its decision. You will not wish to hear this, but the Order rejects Newell's demands. He and his band are to be summarily eliminated. What? Hold on just a second. You won't even try to negotiate Sansun's release? As a nation, we cannot bow to acts of intimidation. I'm afraid negotiation was never an option. And here I must repeat the order for you to relinquish the journal at once. So what you're saying is, you're abandoning Sansun. You're gonna let him die. Here's the great Vangelon, hero to all Gridanians. But you won't even lend an ear to his descendant. Oh no, instead you choose the easy way out. Just kill everyone, even your own man. Wash away the bloody past with more blood. Just to be clear, I ain't siding with Newell. There's no excusing his method, but there's no excusing yours either. It's bullshit, that's what it is. Just this camera angle. I know, right, Catdamon? Good timing. Anyway, let's get back to waiting some more. Well, we can't say that. Ymir just said that. I've lost faith in the Order. Now, pray do not be so quick to despair, for I was simply relaying the outcome of Command's deliberation, a deliberation in which the Elder Seetsier had no part. And? As you say, Guidelot, the orders are bullshit. Not the words I would have chosen, but you speak the truth nonetheless, and I, for one, have no intention of abiding by them. So why did you tell us this? The decision was largely influenced by a small band of our leadership, by a small handful of our leadership, and not the boldest handful, if I may add, just plain from the fact that they did not think to bring the matter before this Elder Seetsier. Captain Smith is a dear comrade. Like you, I would spare no aid in any effort to rescue him, and I'm pleased to say that we are not alone in this sentiment. As a matter of fact, I have already reached out to my Lancer and Archer acquaintances, and they stand ready to aid our cause. Oh, now we're talking. There's still hope for the Order if it has good blokes like you, Warsier. I would thank you not to call me that. Now, the Order will move as soon as they ascertain the enemy's location, so time is of the essence. Guidelot, pray take word of these developments to Jantel. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chaiji, I need you to bear word to the two guildmasters, Hushian and Yuan. Well, incidentally, Smol Kai is acquainted with both of them. Tell them that the time is nigh, and pray return here swiftly. I just run over. The time is nigh! For what? I don't know. Hirloa said that. We're like a snowball of Lalafells. Errol says, if Ellison names are supposed to be pronounced like French, Guidelot would be pronounced Guidelo. Guidelo? Or Guidelo with the silent T, with the T silent. Like Guidelo? Like that? I don't want to force anyone to walk with me for this. That's why I'm not just randomly inviting everyone. But if you do want to, if you want to be in the party, I just invite you if you walk with me, essentially. Guidelo. Well, I can try my best to say that looking forward. Guidelo. Wait, wrong quest. I've done this before. Hello. The time is nigh, then. Very well, we shall make ready to depart at once. When the call came, full many here offered their bows. There is not a soul here who knows not of you and Jantel and Guidelo. Together, let us rescue Sanson. Guide a lot is very fitting for you, though. Thank you. Teacher's on the way back. All right, I'll keep a spot for you. Thank you, Aradel. I think it's been a while since we've been here. Or well, rather, been in the building. I think. Food is running out. Thank you. Need some more grape juice. Can't remember if it was. I think Ymir and Gazel both. I think it was Ymir and Gazel just handed me a huge amount of food when I was like, I'm going to be power leveling and I need some food. And I kept forgetting to actually buy some. So they just went, take this. Aye, Rosale has briefed me on the situation. Samson once trained in these very halls, and I should like to hear his excuse of being captured so easily. At any rate, you may count on our lances. That Samson was one of our own is reason enough. This request comes from both you and my longtime friend Rosale himself. Pelted a friend with eggs. Eggs. Yeah, when I was power leveling jobs on my main, I used orange juice. I don't know why. And that was just the one that I decided to buy, and I have no clue why I chose that. Oh, now I get it. Guido was calling him Bossy. Like a nickname. At first I thought, oh, you're not on a first name basis? Is it that? No, it's just because he didn't want to be called a nickname like that. There you are, not a moment too soon. Things have begun to move. Our scouts report that Newell and his band have since returned to the Twelveswood. They have made their lair in the North Shroud, near the shafts of Dalamut. Even as we speak, the Order mobilizes a unit for an assault. We must be there ahead of them. Set out at once, and make first for Elder Springs. I shall instruct the others to join you there. I will remain here to stall our forces as long as I can. Godspeed. Yeah, I might, like, the thing is, and here's a tip for any one of you that happens to have, like, you know, maybe you already have, like, a huge amount of raiding food or something. Like, if you've been savage raiding, or if maybe you just want to have the best food, like, maybe you have, like, a ridiculous supply of baked eggplant, right? Then... like, I mean, you can of course use it now, but if you have anything left when Dawn Trail drops, you could use that while leveling. Since, like, I mean, you could also use it for doing the normal raids and stuff for the first time and save a little bit so you have some decent food for like a trial or a difficult dungeon or something. Like, save a little bit of it, but you could absolutely just use some of it so that you have a whole bunch of, like, leveling food. You don't have to buy orange juice again. And once you get to, like, if you want to savage raid or you want, like, the best food when the next expansion comes out, there will be better food anyway. Also, I did see you did mention that the milk was for coffee, Emir. Fair enough. Whew, we're ahead of the Twin Adder crew. Let's keep it that way and get right to work. Our guild friends will take down the sentries and secure the area. We're free to get close to Newell and give him the thrashing he deserves. I mean, if you have plenty, like, if you have no issues like money-wise to use baked eggplant for everything, that's fine. I have a weird suspicion that Torn from the Heavens will play for this. Well, well. I was not expecting you two. Here to deliver the Gridanians' answer, are we? You wish, you craven whoreson. Whatever your demands are, it ain't got nothing to do with us. So you're acting alone. I thought you had some wits. Or do you care that little for your friend? Kill Sanson before you get your answer, and all deals are off. Everything you worked for up in smoke. Or do you care that little for your goal? Mayhap you have some wits after all, but clever though your ploy may be, have you the strength to back it up? Good night, Fila. Glad to see you. Oh, don't you worry on that score. We're gonna knock you around so hard, all the scales will fall from your eyes. Oh, not torn from the heavens. And if that ain't enough to make you see clearly, I'll even slap in a song. Something lively to wake you up from your misguided beliefs. Resolve. That's an interesting action. Oh, he just heals him. Interesting. Oh, whoops. My potential straight shot proc. Look, oh, it's Earthshake. It's actually called Earthshaker, by the way. And the reason why that's important is because that's like the typical name I believe most people call that action, like that kind of mechanic, is that like that's like what you call an earth shaker, just like how you call a stack marker and things like that. Where did that Lala have a bow like that hidden? It was in her it was like in there, like just up under the scarf thing. That's also a strategy, Kraken Mode. The reason why I would probably possibly not do that is because it's a lot of different food. Like, a lot of different food. So, like, have just a filled inventory of food. But I believe Smol actually used to have that. Like, I just, every time I got a quest reward that was food, I just, like, stockpile it. But when I ran out, it was like, oh, right, I have to buy food. Oh, right, I have to buy food. And then Umi and Gaza were like, take this! Blah. Why? Why do you not understand? Why do you not see the Alamegans for the filth they are? Let each spear be thrust for everlasting peace. Let each arrow be loosed for the forest and the trees. Apparently you didn't have infinite time to read that. And the greatest rule of all, for all men to embrace. Let each life be lived for smiles on every face. That song, how do you know it? Because I'm a bard. I learned it just recently, with a spot of help from Gentel here. He showed me Vangelon's grave, which I understand your family's been tending for generations. The song was engraved on the headstone. It's a fine piece, and it ain't hard to see why your ancestor loved it. Taking up arms that we might have peace, so the words go. Words that came from Vangelon himself, as a matter of fact. The Autumn War gave birth to a good many anthems, and a good many of them borrowed his words. Take a look, and you'll notice a recurring theme. Peace and harmony. How dare you preach to me of my ancestor? For generations my family has sought justice for Lord Vangelon. You couldn't possibly comprehend our pain. Not us, perhaps, but I dare say your great-grandsire, Lord Landrinel, could comprehend it better than any man. He witnessed his own sire murdered before his eyes, and he knew the painful truth, yet he chose to keep it a secret. Why was this, do you suppose? It was because he knew that, above all else, his sire desired peace. Had it been made known their hero was struck down by treachery, Ordinary Gridanians would not have been satisfied with protecting their homes. Nay, they would have demanded justice. They would have demanded blood. The war would have raged on, leaving yet more death and destruction in its wake. And the peace that Lord Vangelon dreamed of would have gone up in smoke. Knowing this, Lord Landrinel... Spare me your lies. Lord Vangelon desired Alamigo's destruction. You cannot tell me otherwise. Tell me, young man, did it not strike you as odd that I knew of Lord Vangelon's grave, that which your family has kept secret all these years? The explanation is simple. I had the honor of knowing Lord Landrinel. Like you, he admired Lord Vangelon and everything he stood for. And what he stood for, first of all, was peace and harmony. If you would honor both their memories, you would do well to honor these ideals. No, this cannot be. My ancestors despised Alamigans. Yes, they all did. If not everything I've labored for, all the blood and tears, have been for naught. May I present to you the reason why sometimes people have a hard time dealing with being wrong on the internet? But if I'm wrong, then it means that I've been wrong for ages. Oh man. I ask not that you forgive, but know that neither will we forget. When the time is right, I will see to it that all know of Lord Vangelon's great sacrifice. This I swear in Nofika's name. I swear it on the two great Nofikas. The what now? You heard me. I ask only that you believe, as your ancestors fervently did, in a brighter future, one of our own shaping, undarkened by shadows of the past. Emotional sunk cost, indeed. Worry not, Caetsu, I am quite well. Thanks to you and Guidelot, it ended with only a few cuts and bruises. But ere I may rest, I must see to one last task, making good on my promise to Newell. Come, let us return to the Adder's Nest. Exactly, I swear Nofikas. Both of them. You know, it is funny. If we had a White Mage instead of Astrologian, then Smol Caetsu would have had every job, like every starting class that starts from Gridania. But then again, we were also only Machinist away from getting all the Ishgardian ones. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Commander. I have Gilbardi's journal with me, and I will surrender it on one condition. Once the veracity of the tome's contents is ascertained, the Order must make the truth public knowledge when the time is right. Ah yes, that'll never come. On this we are of a mind, Captain Smith. Not only will I relay your terms to our leaders, I will speak strongly in favor of them. But know that mine is but one voice, and more shall be needed if we are to strengthen our cause. As such, you must rise through the ranks swiftly to stand with me. Stand with you? I fear it will take me a while to attain that honor. To be fooled and taken captive so easily. I'm still green as summer grass. It is true that the success of this mission is owed much to Lieutenant Chaiji, and you would do well to give her your profuse thanks. However, I suggest that you will also give yourself more credit. You may have much to learn, but you will learn them in good time. This time, you were faced with numerous trials. Yet, did you not accomplish your mission in spite of them? Aye, listen to Vossi. We came back with the tone. None can say we didn't do our jobs. Look at you, a bit of praise, and you're a stunned marmot? That won't do at all. If you're gonna shape the future of our nation, you're gonna have to shape up. You're right, Guidelot. From leading our unit to fulfilling my promise to Newell, much rests upon my shoulders. Come what may, I will ever stand tall and forge on. Caetsu, I must needs go to file my report, but ere I leave, allow me to offer you my heartfelt thanks, not only for your invaluable aid, but for being an example to me. By following your lead, I shall strive to become the best leader I can be, that my unit's song might one day serve to rouse all Gridania. No salute from Smol Caetsu, apparently. And off he goes. Good that he's hale and hearty at any rate. I'll stick with Samson for a while. Make sure he don't tear open any stitches. In the meantime, would you go and let Liantel know we're returned? I'll be along myself soon enough. But speaking of the old man, to think that he knew Vangelon's son. You don't get to that age and not rub shoulders with a legend or two, eh? We're almost back to more duties. Our duties. Hello, Jehantel. I see. My thanks for bearing word. Though Samson and Guidelo may not have endeared themselves with the Twin Adder leadership, they have found a stout ally in Commander Hirloa. I must say, it truly stirs the spirit to see the younger generation blaze a new path. And I pray that Newell, too, will find his own path to walk. One that is paved not with hatred, but with hope. That leads to peace both in the world and in his heart. It is what his ancestors would have wished. In him, I see them, and it calls to mind my days spent learning bow and song under his great-grandsire, a kindly old man who tirelessly tended his father's grave, never forgetting the ideals he stood for. Somewhere along Lord Vangelon's line, those ideals had faded away, but thanks to you and yours, they may yet be restored, and made bolder still by a true remembrance of the past, and the world shall be a better place for it. Da-da-da-da-da-da! Refulgent arrow. One of your attacks do slightly more damage now. Congratulations. It also looks extremely fancy now. I think I'll do this. It's just your eyes playing tricks on you. And then we will go back to Gridania. And I think we will then do leveling roulette and MSQ roulette. But before that, I'll have to be right back. So, I will be back in a moment. And in the meantime... We just have to see the stream if Manatee is actually restored. I pushed it too far away. Alright, I'm back. See, I think there's a hat upgrade to be had here, at the very least. At least for a little bit. We can't buy this. So, I think we'll stick to the school outfit and sunglasses style. Fail not. Wait, isn't Fail Not also the name of a bow in Fire Emblem or something? Fail Not. I feel like I'm pretty sure. Wasn't that a thing? From the Three Houses or something. Is the bow pink? No. Cloud's weapon. Right. I remembered it from the Smash Brothers character. Or, well, the character that got into Smash Brothers. Where when she brings out the bow, sometimes when you like fully charge it, they yell, "Fail not!" I've never played a Fire Emblem game. Nothing against it, it's just I just haven't. Right. If you would like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. I do see there's some names that haven't gotten to join all day, so I think this could work. Let me just recreate the group. There's an artifact monster in Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what does it do? I'm mostly joking, but does it do? Is its text description so long that you cannot fit it in a single comment in chat? It does not fit. I will say, and this is something like, it's pretty common that people meme on Yu-Gi-Oh! For having ridiculously long, like, card descriptions. But in fairness, most of the text is like boilerplate stuff. Like, it's just that because of the way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Works, the card description has to include basically the mana cost, or the equivalent of the mana cost of the card, in addition to what you can and cannot do to the card, and also what the card does. They have gotten better at shortening some things. For example, I'm pretty sure newer cards will never say graveyard. They will always say GY instead. They could absolutely do more keywords. Absolutely. They could probably use a keyword to say, this monster cannot be special summoned or set. This monster can only be summoned by thing. They could absolutely just have a keyword for that. Just keyword : summoning condition. But I guess maybe they've decided they've gone too far without having a keyword for it. Or maybe they think there's something nostalgic about it. If this card is special summoned during your opponent's turn, you can target one artifact monster in your graveyard. Set that target in your spell and trap zone as a spell card. Huh. They could, for one, use the OCG writing style with bullet points. They could do that. I think part of the reason why they don't is because the reason why the OCG does that is because they have infinite vertical space, and that means they it doesn't matter if the bullet points make it like leave a lot of empty space. They'd have to reprint everything with those new keywords. Not necessarily. As you can read in Luca the Magi's description there, I'm guessing if the card had said GY on the card, that Luca the Magi would naturally, instinctively have written GY. It's just, if there's a new thing, you can see the same thing with magic cards, is that if you go far enough back, you'll find magic cards that spell out the actual effect of lifelink. Straight up. I copy-pasted from the wiki. Exactly. There are old magic cards that just spell out the actual effect of what has since become a keyword. Sometimes they, in the transitional period, they have the keyword and then in parentheses the full description of what that means. So they wouldn't have to remake all of the cards. They could just when they release cards, they can fix them as they come up. But I do see what you mean, Kaze. And that's also true, like Adamaji. If the card doesn't say lifelink, then it means, if it doesn't straight up say it, then it is reasonable to assume that effects that would interact with lifelink doesn't interact with that effect, whether that's an upside or a downside. For example, I don't think you can have lifelink twice, but you can have lifelink and whatever damage this this card does, you heal. You can have both, because they're not the same. We are not the same. And that's also a fair point, Darth. That is a very fair point. It just wouldn't surprise me if sometimes it's a little if there's even the slightest bit of of difference from the actual keyword, then it might not count as the keyword. Yeah, that was actually exactly the same thing Darth said. Yeah, exactly. If the description of a card is basically lifelink, but there's this slight twist to it, then it might not exactly be lifelink. Weird. Why did Emir not get my Peloton? There's also Death Touch and all the various fake Death Touches that are triggered abilities. Indeed. Speaking of Magic the Gathering, here's a funny story. Many years ago, when I was 13 or 14, I think, I played both Duel Masters, which, if you don't know what it is, the simplest way to describe it is that it is a sort of simplified Magic in a way. Duel Masters is still a popular game in like in Japan. But it suddenly just fell off the face of the earth out of nowhere, and basically everywhere else back then. Uh-oh. I could probably have been more helpful there, I'm sorry. Black. I played Duel Masters and I also played Yu-Gi-Oh! But the most local store that I went to that was like specialized in like card games and board games and things like that. They held like almost daily tournaments. Like the reward, like the winner prize wasn't anything absolutely amazing. It was like if you won first place in the Duel Masters tournament, then you could pick one free booster pack off the shelves. One. You chose which one. Like it wasn't like sometimes they held bigger tournaments. But nearly every time it was just one booster pack. But still, the important part wasn't the booster pack. It was like the incentive to make a good deck so you could win, right? And also that, look at the magic. Free pack is free pack. Indeed, indeed. I wanted that free pack. It wasn't about getting the pack. It was about winning. But what was interesting is, if I remember correctly, it was Tuesday's Magic the Gathering tournament, Wednesday's Duel Masters tournament, Friday Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament, and I think Monday and Thursday there was like Warhammer stuff and things like that. The thing that I found really funny about that is that so given that I was, you know, a regular at the Duel Masters tournaments, but I knew how to play Magic. Like, I wasn't good at it and my cards sucked, but I knew how to play it. I distinctly remember one day I don't know why I was at the store on a Tuesday when I didn't want to play Magic. Sorry, Emir. But I remember specifically seeing like a group playing a match, and then I saw like one of them go, "I attack you" or something with my skeleton somethings, and I then like popped in like, actually, you can't target specific cards like that in Magic. And the reason why they made this mistake was because the person making that mistake and the person they were playing against, they were both Duel Master regulars trying Magic. And in Duel Masters, you can you choose to attack with each card one at a time. And you can directly attack cards that are tapped. Like, just consider this from the perspective of Magic cards for a moment, right? Just consider that. One of your cards is tapped, so you can just have it attacked. But the difference is that in Duel Masters, you had cards specifically designated as blockers that could just get in the way. But only one-on-one. That was just a funny random story. That there were people that were playing Magic that didn't even realize how combat worked. Isn't that funny? Now you can laugh. I invite you to laugh at my very uninteresting story. El Mao. Thank you. Yeah, I also personally, I had to learn, because I was so used to Duel Master's system where you just, you know, send out your attacks one at a time, that no, you have to actually say, all of these, now I attack. Six says, nowadays we just replace Duel Masters with Hearthstone in that story. Yeah, I guess so. I used to play Hearthstone, but that's a long time ago. The last deck I remember playing was Grim Patron before it got, like, destroyed. And the reason why I played Grim Patron was because the majority of the deck relied on 0 legendaries, and I didn't have the money to have all the legendaries for the really, really good decks. I had a really good water deck in Duel Masters, though. Even though it wasn't perfect, it relied only on, like, uncommons. Okay, my song's a little bit balked, so I just have to figure out making it work. Anyway, the open on this fight kind of sucks anyway, so... What was Water's mechanical identity and how similar was it to Blue? The things that that Water did was they sent enemies back to their owner's hand. They had many cards that were unblockable. They had many blockers, but their blockers could not attack. And they drew cards. Like, they drew a lot of cards. There was a point where they, like, there was a set where they made, like, an ultimate card, like, ultimate spell for each color. And I believe the blue one, well, the water one, was called Ultimate or Invincible Technology. It cost like 13 mana to play, which means you would never play it. And it genuinely, its effect was search your deck for any cards, plural, that you want and put them into your hand. Well, show them to your opponent, then put them into your hand. You could just draw your entire deck if you wanted to with one card. You'd never play it, but it was an option. Do they have counterspell? No. In Duel Masters a little bit like Hearthstone in that on your opponent's turn, it's their turn. You don't get to do anything. The only thing you can do is if someone attacks your shields and you have a shield trigger, which is a special kind of card, you can play that card for free when it is broken out of your shields. Which is instead of mana, or like, instead of HP, or life, or whatever. You have 5 shields. So an opponent could attack you, and then, oh, actually, I have a card that sends one of your cards back to the owner's hand, so goodbye. Was there a max hand size? You know, I don't know, but there probably was. There probably was, but it rarely was an issue, so I don't think people talked about it. Yeah, it's like shield triggers and Duel Masters were actually a lot like secrets in Hearthstone. It's just that they were just triggered by attacking the shield instead of some particular action. Six says, always wonder about how such a game would be without the money factor, but I saw several people try and it seems like people really like the collecting aspect. You know, some years after basically Duel Masters disappeared from where I was, just gone, I found there was this website where you could play Duel Masters with other people, like with all the cards. You just had to make a deck and you could go for it, and it didn't cost anything. There wasn't that many people playing, but what I could tell you is that if money is not a factor, then everyone's either playing with crazy decks, like, you know, they just grab all the crazy cards because they have no idea how to play the game, or they just copy the best decks. The Game Boy game of Duel Masters. Oh yeah, I didn't have that. I had a PlayStation game of Duel Masters, which was fine. Yeah, I actually have my Duel Masters cards. Like, I have them. I actually have 2 Aqua Snipers, if any of you know what that means. It's not a great card, but it's a cool card. Oh, Vince, I believe there was also a Game Boy game. I think it was just I can't remember if it was Game Boy Advance. It might have been Game Boy Advance. I just didn't have it. Master of Dueling. It's pretty sad, actually. When people suddenly stopped caring about Duel Masters, the only reason I started winning the tournaments more was because the person that had the perfect water deck that was doing the same thing I was doing, they stopped playing. Which meant that I had the best water deck by process of elimination. They basically had the exact same as my deck. They just had 4 copies of every card that was good, instead of, like, sometimes only 1, 2, or 3. Right, next we are doing the card advantage color is usually the best one. It's really the thing is actually that guy didn't win every week. It was just that if he showed up a week, I was not winning because he would win for certain. Either he won, like if I stood to win, I would lose to him, like in the final round. But there were others, like there was a specific one that played like I believe it's called Nature and Fire, which is of course green and red, and they're basically the same as green and red in Magic. And I believe there was one that often played played Death or Black. I think there might have been one that played White. And well, it was just that the blue one was really consistent because the entire, like, I suppose the idea of water is that it just, like, it draws cards and it tries to prevent your opponent from doing the thing they want to do, and it ignores what they are trying to do. Utopia. Oh yeah, and Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, I played Yu-Gi-Oh, but I never got really good at it. Like, I didn't get a really good deck. Anyway, if you would like to join me for MSQ Roulette, come on over to me. Oh yeah. Oh, Right, that was what I was looking for. I was like, wait, Karma Star, I believe that's Vince. Wasn't even there anyway. There's also the funny thing, and that might sound familiar between some of the card games, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think Magic, that sometimes there would be people at those tournaments with Duel Masters that had exceptionally large decks. You know how it goes. You go, oh, this card is good, I'll put it in my deck. Oh, this card is also good, I'll put that in my deck too. And, well, with a minimum deck size of 40 and a maximum deck size of whatever you want it to be, sometimes you would end up with people... Wow, I have a feeling I might get disconnected in a moment. Hey Mewells, hope you're doing well. But you could easily end up with like 100 plus cards in a deck if you just try to put every single good card you have in the deck. I actually had a deck like that. Like I had my blue water deck that I kept really tight because I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And then I had a black and red deck, which was supposed to use dragons. And other good cards that I happened to have. One day when I like actually took it apart to try and make like an actually good deck of the cards, I ran into the funny detail that sometimes I had 5 or 6 copies of certain cards. But I never noticed and no one else did, because due to there being like 150 cards in the deck, the probability of me actually drawing all 5 of a specific card was like 0, right? There's a magic card that says you win if you have 200 or more cards in your deck. Of course, with 200 cards in your deck, you're never drawing it. Oh yeah, I do think I remember reading about that. Did that... I guess that card would also cost a lot of mana, right? Also, hey David, hope you're doing well. Is Battle of Wits the card that Mewells mentioned? Holy moly, man. Good heavens. Is it just me who's lagging this bad, or is it in the entire group? The fact that the HP bars are swinging so hard makes me think that the answer's maybe no. Did we just get the random toaster duty server? That is wild to have a 5 mana card just be like, well, if you have 200 cards in your deck, you win. How many of each card can you have in a deck in Magic? Is that the one where you can only have... Wait, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the one you can only have max 3 copies of a card, assuming it isn't limited. Magic can have 4, right? So you could have 4 Battle of Wits in your 200... Well, exactly 200... No, wait a minute, because the card says if you have 200 or more cards in your deck. So, right? It was 200 cards in your deck. So, like, you would have to have enough cards in your deck that you still have 200 cards in your deck when you finally draw Battle of Wits, right? The way that you make Battle of Wits work is that you don't. If you have 200 cards, you have no chance to draw what you want. That is true, but if you just, like, if your deck is just a bunch of different cards to, like, stall for time, and, like, I believe the word is tutors, right? Like, cards that seek out specific cards. Then, like, if you can somehow seek out Battle of Wits, that's the plan, right? That's the entire plan. Oh. Yeah, that's understandable. We will wait for you, Bob. Don't you worry. Imagine if it was 3 cards. Now remember that Graceful Charity exists. Yeah, the problem... So that's an interesting thing in card games like Yu-Gi-Oh! And at least it used to be in Pokemon, is that because there isn't like a resource system in the same way, unless a card comes with some sort of like restriction, if it's a good card, you might as well bring it, right? Like for example, in the old days of Pokemon, a really good card was Bill, which allows me to draw 2 cards from the top of my deck! And you could just have 4 of those in your deck. And with a deck size of 60, that's pretty good. You also could just have 4 Professor Oaks in your deck, which just, I believe it says, put your hand into your deck and draw 7 new cards. Like, you just use all the good cards in your hand, and then you just shove those you didn't want in and draw 7 new ones. Pretty good, right? Pot of Greed is the same. The problem with those kinds of cards in a card game without like a proper resource system, like for example Magic, is that if the card effect is like exclusively beneficial, then why would you ever not take it? Like, in what situation is Pot of Greed worse than a different card? Because Pot of Greed is 2 cards. Like, when your turn starts and you can draw a card, if you draw Pot of Greed, you drew 2 cards instead. It is always better. It's basically always better than drawing any other card in the game. So if Pot of Greed was legal, you would probably have 3 of each in every deck. You know what, Six? There's the card called Jar of Greed that almost does that. But because it's a trap card, you have to place it and wait for your opponent's turn, I believe. But it just draws you 1 card. But I do actually remember the place where I played locally. People weren't quite as understanding of the fact that traps had to stay on the field for like a turn before you could actually play them. Which meant that because the people didn't realize there was this requirement, Jar of Greed just meant that you could have 3 less cards in your deck. Which I think is really funny. The card was amazingly good because people didn't understand the rules right. There's a card that lets you discard a card and then draw a new one. Yeah, the key thing is that if the card itself says you can discard a card and then draw a new one, then you're still like -1 on cards because you had to spend the card to allow you to make that decision. That is also true, Darth. In Pokemon, when you defeat an opponent's Pokemon, it actually gives the person that beats the other Pokemon a greater advantage. Like, rewards the attacker. Which does mean that it gives like this snowball effect. But if cards are not that valuable because there's so much card draw in the game, then it's not that big of a deal. But I can say that they did fix the Bill issue and Professor Oak issue that I mentioned before. Nowadays, I believe those cards, the one that draws 2 and the one that puts your hand into the deck and draws 7, both of them are, I believe, they're supporter cards, and you can only play one supporter per turn. So suddenly they're a lot more restricted. Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs. Every time I've seen videos about almost every time I've seen videos about decks, it's almost all, about Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. I feel like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring comes up in some way. And there are just better versions now too. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there are supporters that draw you 3 cards. But because they make the restriction that you only get 1, it's really important that the supporter you play is really, really good. Oh yeah, Upstart Goblin. That's the real way to get a, I believe, 37 card size deck. It is funny that I remember I had Upstart Goblin, but I never used it because why? Yes, it means that I essentially remove a card from my deck. But it also means that I have to cleave through 1 additional 1,000 of life points on my opponent. Why would I do that? But I also played Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the days of, well, at least in the local place I went to. People didn't just wombo combo and beat anyone on turn 2. It was really like a back and forth. I've also, just to clarify on, for example, Pokemon, I've never played, the Pokemon card game, probably in person. I've not been very good at it, and I never had a good deck. However, I did one time play against the Denmark's champion of Pokemon at the time. I lost on, I had basically lost on turn 3. Because, my cards were just not good. Hey, welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Kimi Tokyo. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. Wait, I loaded in? No, wait, it's just lag. It's just lag. It's just lag. I'm how did I load in first? And then it's just lag. Oh my god, the lag is, I think I'm disconnecting. I'm pretty sure I'm still streaming, right? Are you seeing this? Whoa! 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 I didn't know this game was turn-based. I don't know where the safe spots are. I think I'm going to get hit by all of that. But yeah, what I did play of Pokemon is that I had a lot of fun with the Pokemon trading card game, Game Boy game. That is a good game. Very fun. And you could just freely make decks. Like, they had basically all of the, like, the first 5 Pokemon sets. Like, Pokemon card game sets. And you could make whatever you wanted. They even had, like, game-exclusive cards. They actually, I believe they had, like, this integration with this Game Boy printer that you could get. So that you could print out your cards. I don't know why you would do that for. It would be on paper. So they probably wouldn't be tournament legal, would they? I'm impressed that I didn't get disconnected. I remember some weeks ago I had this experience where the game just completely halted. And when I finally was back on track and my cooldown started to work again, it disconnected me instead. It do be Final Fantasy. You know, actually, kids, I'm pretty sure what actually happened there wasn't that I stood my ground. It was just more that it took 3 turns for the champion to, you know, cleave through what I had. Like, that story is more that... It's the important part is more I met the Denmark's champion of Pokemon trading card game at the time. It's not so much, oh, like, I played them. Like, that was really like a footnote. Has anyone played any of the Concept games? I don't know what those are. If Monopoly was a card game with deadly combat. I also have one of the, like, Magic the Gathering games where, like, it's just, like, they just have a bunch of decks in the game that you can then unlock. And playing them, you can unlock cards for them, so you can adjust them a little bit. I can't remember what they're called. Anyway, we got to 71. Ain't that something? It's probably Duels of the Planeswalkers. Thank you, MULs. Thank you. It sounds about right. I think I had the... or have the 2014 version. Hey Hendrik, hope you're doing well. Yeah, fortunately, 6, when I saw that I had maxed out, I went to spend them. But I think I might have easily lost like 500. To forgetting. At least 500, I think. Alright, Bob, thank you for coming. Have a good day. I think I'll buy a hat upgrade and then I'll buy like accessory side with money. Then we can at least do Holminster Switch once, I guess. Alternatively, the question is whether we should look into unlocking Bozja. That was something we talked about. Should we do that? We have like an hour. An hour of a bit of Bozja once I've unlocked it. We could do that. Where is it the quest starts? It's in Kugane, right? Yeah, I do remember, like, I think we talked about it like 1 or 2 weeks ago. People were like, when you reach 71, will you do Boja? And for every other time, like all the other jobs, I think it's Hail to the Queen, right? Like I haven't even gone there, so I need to unlock it. I think it's Hail to the Queen. But every other character, like every other job, I've been like, we level through quote unquote normal means. But I mean, this time we're a lot of people, and this would be the one way I would be able to bring everyone. And thank you, Han. I think so too. They're really something, right? I think the best part about this. I think the best part about this is to see this shadow, and this shadow, and then you see this shadow. The game specifically just goes, well, your own shadow has to be crisp, right? That one has to be right.
My lady, what auspicious timing. I intended to send a missive to the Writing Stones, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Master Hancock wishes to speak with you regarding a matter of grave import. I can but imagine what other duties yet demand your attention. Still, he would request you meet him at the Ruby Bazaar at your earliest convenience.
But that would be something we could do looking forward. I believe there's space for like 72 players in Boja. It's just guys who needs glasses, but the sunglasses she wears for style doesn't have any corrective factor. Yes, that's the reason why everything looks weird. It's like I can't see. Greetings, Olin ma'am. Would you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? Yes. Hey, Absurd. Hope you're doing well.
Now we fight for freedom.
Ah, good old Hancock. And so she returns at last. From what Tatara has told me, you've come rather a long way, to put it mildly. And while the Scions remained locked in slumber, she sought aid from all corners of the realm. In fact, it was I to whom she first turned when searching for a champion to assist her in your absence. Though, as you have no doubt surmised, I did not call you here to discuss such matters. I've received word from Lord Hien that the Bojan Resistance, our comrades in the Eastern Alliance, seek the aid of distinguished heroes in their fight against the Empire, and naturally, your name immediately sprang to mind. The Bojan Resistance, you say? Indeed, from a small nation found in the southern reaches of Ilzadad to the west of Dalmasca, they were no doubt among the first to fall to the Empire. Yet it would seem their hearts have yet to give way to despair, and with the Empire now in disarray, they would seize the opportunity to... Yeah, the Empire in disarray, everyone! Yes, just in disarray. They would seize the opportunity to fight back. If you would know the details in full, I think it best to speak with Lord Hien. His endless lists of commitments makes him a hard man to find, however, so perhaps you can have one of his attendants at the House of the Fierce track him down for you. Yeah, disarray is one way to phrase it. Imagine glasses that let us play in the Aetherscope vision. Wait, what's that? Greetings, my lady. Lord Hien has been expecting you. When word reached us from the Bosian resistance, Lord Hien knew at once there was but one woman to whom he could turn. He left to the coattails not long ago. The view of Doma Castle helps to calm his mind. This way, if you please. Disappears? Ah, it's like you stole her, but at this device. Ah! Right. Oh, is that what that filter is? It never occurred. I was just like, that looks really, really wild. It never occurred to me that that's what it was supposed to be, Six. That explains some things. This way, if you please. Walks like 3-4 miles. And here we are. I'm just saying, could you imagine this for a moment? Like, you arrive, like you've had a long journey over water and everything. You come over to the House of the Fierce. You have to swim under, like in a water tunnel in a way. And you come through and he's like, ah, yes, Lord Hien is just around the corner. This way, if you please. And then he just starts walking. And he's just walking there for like 40 minutes. And then, like, when he reaches, he's like, and here we are. This way, atop the broken bridge. He'll be most glad for your arrival. Wow, those shadows, am I right? They really stand out. Do you remember when first we shared a view of this castle together? Still under the Guardian's control, perhaps, yet for all their wickedness, its beauty would not be so easily sullied. Extra crispy shadows. It's good to see you, my friend. You must forgive me for foregoing pleasantries, but our guest here is in dire need of your help.
Marsak of the Bosian Resistance. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Nodders. As you have no doubt already heard from Lord Hien, my people seek to reclaim our homeland from the Empire. Under his auspices and that of the Aelsian Alliance, we aim to do just that.
However, we recently received word that the 4th Imperial Legion has been making plans of their own.
It has long held the provinces of Naxia, Dalmasca, and Bosian in an iron grip, using its Dalmascan headquarters to house the bulk of its forces. Until recently, that is. They appear to be diverting resources and manpower to their forces stationed in Bosia. In fact, 3 battalions are en route as we speak. We thought perhaps to strike before they can fully assemble, but the Bosian resistance lacks the means to drive them off on its own.
Aid from the Dalmascan resistance groups may have sufficed. Sadly, even Fran of Lentis Tears has been unable to bring an end to their infighting.
All hope is not lost, however, for Lord Hien has made a most intriguing proposal.
An idea not my own, I must confess. We have our old friend Gosetsu to thank. As the Empire tightened its grip on Doma, our people were at a crossroads. Would they lay down and surrender, or stand up and fight? You sought me out, that I could become the spark that lit the fire of rebellion. The same must be done for the Bosians. They require a standard under which they can rally, a symbol of hope to steel them for what is to come.
Lacking our living figurehead such as Lord Hien, my comrades and I looked to our nation's past for inspiration. There, we found the answer we sought. Gunhilda's blades. They were the elite guard of Queen Gunhilda, possessed of weapons blessed by the gods. Their exploits would become legend after defending our peoples against the Elegants in the Third Astral Era. The strength of their steel was matched only by their dedication to the Queen. Should one lose their life in her service, their holy blade was then passed on to a successor. In time, their title would lend itself to the most renowned of their weaponry, the Gunblade. But in truth, each member of her guard was master of a unique weapon. Though these sacred relics have been lost to time, I would see them forged anew. Thus, our people would know no fear, and drive back our oppressors just as Queen Gunhilda did the Elegants. An admittedly lofty and otherwise unattainable goal for one such as I, which is why I've traveled far and wide in search of great minds and greater heroes who might lend us their aid. We would be honored to have one of your renown at our side. We value the Bojans' commitment to the cause, and I would see their plans come to fruition. Unfortunately, duty demands that I remain here. I could not in good conscience leave knowing the Empire yet threatens the border to Alamigo. Should you choose to accompany him to Boja, might I ask you also act as a representative of the Eastern Alliance in my stead? I'll do what I can. Thank you, my friend. If there's aught else you require of the Eastern Alliance, you need only ask. Safe travels to you both. Yeah, I think so too, Six. Here's the thing. Like, a significant portion of Shadowbringers I played on a desktop PC that could just barely handle it. Like, lowest graphics settings across the board. And even so, it couldn't have, like, a stable 60 frames per second. Like, weaker than this laptop, actually. And when I got a better PC and the graphics were better, I mean, I can see it's, like, that this isn't as good as on my desktop computer. Like, I can see that. But it isn't that bad. It looks pretty good. It's really the shadows that really, really, really stand out. An airship to our base has been prepared for us at the Enclave's dock. I hope to see you there. When you have finished your preparations, meet me at the dock and we can be on our way. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that I think I've said that before as well. That oh wait. I've said that before, that Final Fantasy XIV looks great, even at, like, really low graphic settings, at least in my eyes. It looks better with higher graphic settings, but the game looks really good as it is. Like, in this case, the thing that really stands out is the shadows. The rest looks great, right? At least in my eyes. Coming aboard, miss? Yes. Yeah, kids, we some of us are getting to Boja. It is fun to write lore for your characters. I've more so written lore, like a little bit, for my main. But there isn't that much. It, like,
I've mentioned that in some capacity she works on cartoon physics, which is hilarious. Smol Kai, well, her lore writes itself. I don't think I think most of the things about Smol Kai is something that you all have come up with.
That we should play host to the liberator of Doma and Alamigo herself. I did not think you could be persuaded to help us. By Zalyan, leader of the Boshan resistance. Not the best choice for the job, if I'm to be frank, but I will bear the title all the same.
That is actually a really good thing. If you don't believe yourself the man for the job, then it means that you're probably not power hungry. That is an interesting yes. I don't know who's speaking there.
Bloody hells, man! You won't inspire much confidence speaking like that.
Oh, it's him! It's the man!
Ha ha, you're quite right, Master Gerald. While you're here, won't you come and welcome our guest? Don't I know you from somewhere? I know. You're that lass what saved Eorzea from the Garleans or some such. Caetsu, was it? What's the matter? You look like someone pissed in your porridge. Eorzea's greatest hero and her finest blacksmith. With the two of you here, our plan is sure to succeed. Would that Queen Gunhilda were here to witness this. Alright, Caetsu, just between us. I'm only here to pay off my debts to the black-hearted snake Rowena. She's been selling supplies to the Resistance, and they happened to mention they were in need of a smithy, so she went and told them I'm the greatest bleeding smithy in the realm, with skills that put Beauregard himself to shame. Well, I don't know about that one, Gerald, on account of me knowing Beauregard. Can't rightly say I'm even half of what she claimed, but I'll do my damnedest. They're happy to ply me with good grub and even better booze, so play along, will you? Now that you're both here, I believe it's time our plans been made clear, Mesija. Mesija?
Yes, of course. Our goal is to reforge the weapons wielded by Gunhilda's blades. Simple in principle, less so in execution. The weapons themselves and most of the text denoting the history of Her Majesty and her guard were lost to the devastation of the Fourth Umbral Calamity. That said, we have managed to obtain certain pieces of information and coupled with Master Gerald's knowledge and expertise, we have made great strides in reproducing these vaunted blades of Eld. We've worked out the manner of weapons they wielded, their shape and weight, even the materials needed for me to forge. But we've learned bugger all about what gives them spirit. It is said Gunhilda etched a holy inscription into each blade, thus granting them the power of the gods. Unfortunately, no records of any such engravings remain, but there is still hope. No, naught but pale imitations. There once existed replicas which may very well have borne these inscriptions. Alas, they were lost when Bosha Citadel fell. Do you know of the Bosha incident? Yes, I do, though admittedly I do not recall it in detail. That a worldly adventurer such as yourself would know of this is of no surprise. If I may, I would share the tragic tale of our homeland. "15 summers passed. The Guardians were conducting experiments, seeking a means to make contact with the lesser moon, Dalamud. They believed the satellite to be possessed of immense power, and a lunar transmitter was erected in the hopes of harnessing it. When the transmitter was activated and the signal sent, Dalamud responded with an immense blast of raw energy. The destruction wrought defied reckoning. The citadel, the relics of Queen Gunhilda's kingdom, naught was left but smoke and ash." Oh.
Hope you ain't lost yet, though. The citadel's been wiped off the bloody map, aye, but there's still a way for us to find those inscriptions, so I've been told. An explanation better left to one far more knowledgeable than I. But how would we possibly find such a person?
Austin says cartoon physics. What is this, One Piece? No, more like, you know, like things like Roadrunner, where if you paint a tunnel, like a tunnel on a wall, Big Kai can actually utilize it as an actual tunnel. That kind of cartoon physics, cartoon logic and physics. More small dragon content. It's good to see you again, Caetsu, though I had hoped to accomplish more before your arrival. I'm sure your help will be as invaluable now as it was aboard the Prima Vista. The Prima Vista! You're far too kind. If not for your heroism, Ramsa and Alma would have... Well, you don't have to cry over that now. Uppies.
And here we are. From the onset of our endeavor, it was abundantly clear that one versed in aetherology would be essential. We relayed this to the Alliance, who then introduced us to Mikoto. She is said to be one of the most brilliant minds among the students of Valdesian.
There are not many of those. And yet it is my ineptitude that demands your presence here. I was all but certain that Gerald and I alone would suffice in this. Alas. Wolf's Den Pierre music, of course. The matter she speaks of concerns a long-forgotten practice of the holy men who once inhabited these lands. Utilizing uniquely aspected crystals, these seers were able to provide succor for those with ailments of the mind. They possess the ability to shape their very memories, removing those deemed harmful and replacing them, that the patient may find some semblance of peace.
I too dismissed the notion that such practices could exist. That is, until a recent excavation unearthed compelling evidence of their work, the crystals we believed were used in their healing. Unfortunately, we were unable to discern how they are meant to be used. It was at this juncture that we petitioned for Mikoto's assistance. Well, lass, made any progress?
My initial analysis suggests the crystals were artificially created at some point in the distant past. The materials used suggest they were most likely produced by the ancestral peoples of this area. What's more, their ethereal signature is strikingly similar to the oscillatory activity of brainwaves, which, when made to resonate with the distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations of individuals... I've done it again, haven't I? I think a simpler approach is in order. Every living being is comprised of corporeal ether of the flesh, incorporeal ether of the soul, and the ethereal residue of their memories. Were one to be possessed of only corporeal ether, they would be but a walking corpse. Conversely, entities comprised of only incorporeal ether are referred to in layman's terms as ghosts. In either case, they may also retain some of their residual memories.
Aye. Zombies and ghosts. I follow.
These crystals are able to isolate and resonate with the ethereal signature of memories. This allowed the seers to probe the minds of their patients.
That's all well and good, lass, but what if their mind ain't what it used to be? Or they was too deep in their cups to remember what you're looking for?
An excellent question, Master Gerald. We are all possessed of two types of memory, explicit and implicit. As their name suggests, explicit memories refer to an active remembrance of previous experiences, while implicit memories are acquired and stored passively. For example, when making a new acquaintance, their appearance will become part of your explicit memory, allowing you to recall that information. Should a great deal of time pass without meeting, however, such recollection can prove difficult. Yet in that moment, your mind also takes record of the sounds and smells of the location, the temperature, and so on. Perhaps a demonstration would better explain this phenomenon. Don't need some sort of spell. Thankfully, that will not be necessary. When I was first told of the seers and their practices, I was immediately reminded of your ability to peer into the past. I believe these people were blessed with a similar gift, and it is for that reason they were chosen to serve as seers. Though I too am possessed of the Echo, I lack the ability to peer into the past as you do, and thus have been unable to wield the power of these crystals.
That's why we called you here.
Until now, I could do naught but posit theories. With your help, however, I may now put them to the proof. And you, Master Gerald, shall be my first test subject.
Nani?
Meow, 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 meow. Caetsu, I would like you to recall the last time you experienced the Echo. Concentrate on that feeling. Master Gerald, I need you to recall a memory of the past. It may be anything you like.
Yeah, better not go poking around in there, digging up something unsavory like. You hear, lass?
Please, Master Gerald, focus. Very convenient that that crystal can float, isn't it? Ha! Wow, how creative, Gerald.
I remember when I was in Gangos and I was talking with Rowena.
This is most unexpected. For reasons I cannot yet explain, it appears the Echo has allowed me to accompany you into his memory. You're a skilled smith, Gerald. There's no denying that. But you hold money about as well as your liquor.
Well, what bloody good is money if you can't spend it? A man has to live a little, Rowena.
Aye, and it wouldn't hurt for a man to use his head neither. With all that talent of yours, I reckon you could have amassed a small fortune by now. Could have been you sitting on the syndicate instead of Godbert.
As if I'd ever want to be anything like that doddering old half-dressed.
Yes? Yes, Gerald?
Didn't realize my memory was so sharp.
As you can see, implicit memory is surprisingly comprehensive. From the clear skies and ocean waves down to the exact words of your conversation, everything appears to have been perfectly preserved.
Yep, you weren't listening to that, were you?
No. Hey Ripper, thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear that. I hope you find my Wondrous Tales guide helpful as well. Thank you. Every time someone gives you good advice, you turn around and do the complete sudden opposite. I used to like that rebellious streak of yours, but now I see you're just a bloody idiot. Honestly, I don't know what I ever saw in you.
Whatever it is, whatever it is you think you saw, it ain't as if I've changed since then. And you haven't neither. Still as beautiful as the day we met. Aww. Oh, hold on a minute. I ain't never said anything like that. I swear in my last mug of ale.
Implicit memories, while quite comprehensive, are not always true to fact. In the case of painful or otherwise undesirable experiences, they can be obfuscated to protect oneself from hard truths. Our perception of reality can also distort them as well, even when first committed to the mind. Then, as time passes, such distortions can grow. Happy memories become more joyous, sad ones all the more bitter. Explicit memory is particularly sensitive to such misrepresentation of events, for man is wont to remember what is most convenient for his worldview. That is why we seek the implicit, for there we are most like to find the truth.
Oh man.
Aww. Aww. Oh.
Hey Gerald, anything you want to say? Anything you want to talk about? The truth? Rowena and me were only here a week ago. Don't tell me my memory's that bleeding unreliable.
A self-imposed illusion, perhaps. As I said before, the mind has ways of concealing painful memories.
Fully dressed Gerald is cursed. I don't know. He looked smoking. Godbird isn't half dressed. He's 90% dressed or 10% dressed, but never. That's actually a good point. Gerald, on the other hand, he's typically half dressed. I ain't feeling so well, if you'll excuse me.
As you can see, these crystals allow us to choose specific points in a person's past to observe at will. Unlike the echo, however, what we see will not always be as it really was.
Yet, there still remains the matter of finding one who has seen the replica weapons and their inscriptions. At this present juncture, we might as well be looking for a ghost. After the Gallian invasion of Bosia, it was all but cut off from the world. None were allowed in or out, meaning all of its residents, and likely any who may have glimpsed the weapons, died when the citadel was destroyed. What about soldiers stationed there who were away at the time of the incident? Bah, even if we were able to find them, I doubt they could be persuaded to cooperate.
Ah! Dun dun dun! Huh.
That's really random. No, please, Lord Varys, no!
You saw too. My visions, they're not of what has come to pass, but what is yet to be. Oh, right, Mikoto's future sight, right? Could it be the crystal allowed us to share my visions as well?
Mikoto, Caetsu, are you two alright? Sid Garland, son of the monster behind the Meteor project. Come to think of it, Yugiri mentioned that Doman in the Eosian Alliance has been receiving support from Garland Ironworks. I thought that the company should use such a moniker mere happenstance, but you mean to say Sid Garland owns this company? The son of Midas non-Garland lives. He must be summoned at once. If he was at the Citadel prior to his destruction, it's quite possible he may have seen the replicas. Fate is indeed a cruel mistress, pinning our hopes on a Guardian, the get of that bastard Midas, no less. Is there truly no other way? Basalian. Please. Basalian. Very well. I only hope our fallen comrades can forgive us. Please, bring us this Sid Garland, for the people of Boscia, for all of Ilsabard.
Please, please, please. Mikoto's damage is also delayed by 3 turns.
It's also a really hard strike, sometimes. I do not imagine he sympathizes with our plight, but from what I can gather, he has no love for the Empire either. If that will suffice in persuading him to aid us, then so be it. I hear there's engineers stationed at Ralga's Reach. Perhaps you can begin your search for Garland there.
I couldn't actually remember that the solo duty was a requirement for unlocking Boscia. Because the funny story with that is that originally when Boscia was put into the game, I didn't care. I didn't even bother until I was like, wait, maybe I should get some relic weapons. I have told the story previously that when I originally got into Final Fantasy XIV, the thing that kinda ruined it for me was it felt like Eureka was the end game for me. And I didn't enjoy Eureka very much. I don't enjoy Fate Trains very much, which is also the reason why the Yokai Watch event has come and gone twice, I'm pretty sure. If not 3 times, and I haven't done it. Like I'm doing it this time. Say, aren't you Caetsu, savior of Eorzea, liberator of Alamigo, so on and so forth? The name's Lilia, newest recruit to the Ironworks. What can I do for you? She also has sunglasses! Woohoo! The chief, too busy by half, according to Jesse. Between you and me, though, I think it's a load of... Oh, do go on. A load of what? I was saying what a load off your shoulders it must be, knowing the chief is back from whatever he was doing. Speaking of whom, Caetsu said she wanted to speak with him about... what was it again? God damn it, Lilia. You might hear better than most, but you're a terrible listener. Would you mind starting again from the beginning? He's a Gyaru, right? I suppose so. I see. Well, you just missed him. Sayri's wall is due for maintenance, and he had a mind to oversee it personally. That said, any matters concerning you are a top priority. I'll see if I can reach him. I take it this is an average day for you? Must be hard. Always having to put on a brave face as you're thrust into danger. People talking you this way and that like some sort of errand girl. Not that we don't appreciate what you do for us. Goodness knows I do. In fact, well, you see, I'm something of a fan. I knew the Ironworks worked with you on occasion, but I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet you in person. Can I shake your hand? Magitek floating glasses. Oh yeah, she doesn't have ears there, does she? It's glued to her bangs. Lilia, Sid being Being back took a load off of my shoulders, not yours. Don't you have work to do? I mean, I could shake her hand. It only takes a moment, right? Like, I could do that. I have a feeling. Just saying, I haven't been in this situation yet. But I have a feeling that if I was like, let's say I was at a convention and someone actually recognized me, like, oh, you're Caetsu Chaiji, right? Oh man, can I shake your hand? If someone actually came over to me and was like, hey, Kai, you have a very busy schedule, like, you have to go, I'd still be like, I can shake their hand. It only takes a moment. Like, I would do that. Exactly. Like, hand her an autograph. Like, it means, can I shake? Absolutely, you can shake my hand. If only you were here. The same thing with an autograph, although my handwriting is not good. Oh, right. Work. Duty calls, but hopefully we'll meet again soon. I'm in your walls. Chief says he'll meet you at the Doman Enclave. Not the most convenient of locations, but it'll have to do, I'm afraid. One more thing. The Boscia incident is something of a sore spot for the Chief. Even if it was an accident, most people outside of the Empire remember it as a massacre. The Chief tried to put a stop to his father's experiment, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Even now, he still blames himself for it all. Knock knock. Wait, what happened there? It looked like it skipped the sentence for me for a moment. I should have tried harder, he'd say. I could have saved him. I could have saved all of them. All that genius, and the man can't find a way to forgive himself. So if your aim is to go digging through his past, be careful. I dread to think what demons he's got locked away in that brain of his. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. No worries. I hope your grandpa is doing well as well. She's tough as Magitek armor plating when she wants to be, but her heart's in the right place. A shame she's always so busy. As are you, if I'm not mistaken. I won't keep you any longer. Best of luck. This one, I guess. The Chief said he'd be meeting you at the Doman Enclave, didn't he? Well, best not keep him waiting. A dragon. That took a while. When you teleport into a zone and you can start running before you're actually visible, isn't that something? Hey Milfjord, hope you're doing well. Master Garland. Yes, I've seen him restlessly pacing about the Enclave. If you wait here, I'm sure he'll come by before long. It's hard to believe this place was, until recently, occupied by the Guardians. Doma has a long way to go before it regains its former glory, but they're off to a good start. So I've heard. If the Boscians wish to follow the Doman's lead, I plan to do what I can to help them. In fact, I've already spoken to Lord Hien and agreed to divert part of the Ironworks resources to assist in Doma's reconstruction. The offer seemed to have taken him by surprise, but I assured him that in addition to the Ironworks' commitment to freedom through technology, I had my own reasons to reverse the destruction wrought by the Empire. While it's true that I eventually defected, I played no small part in the development of Magitech now used by their military. Now used? Sometimes it's the threats you can't see that have the strongest ties. With that I could cut them. How did Lord Hien take your response? Our talks were focused mainly on the reconstruction, as we thought it best to wait for your arrival to discuss how I might help the potions. If I could have made my father see reason, there would have been no Boscia incident. I was powerless to stop him. I feel like we just had this talk. Yes, you're right. There's a time for wallowing in self-pity and a time for action. I plan to do whatever I can for the Boscian resistance, but they're up against the 4th Legion. If they're to stand a chance, their allies here in the east won't be enough. They're going to need all the help they can muster. I'm not entirely sure what part I'll have to play in all this, and I doubt anything I do now will be enough to atone for my past mistakes. But if it means throwing a spanner in the Empire's works, then count me in. Yeah, exactly, man. What Empire? I do agree, Girina. That is quite interesting that they made a whole extreme out of it. Upon speaking with Mikoto, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Given I see what time it is possible that we will have to wait with the solo instance for next time. But let's see. That would be pretty awesome if we got a Xenos trial like that.
A test of your reflexes!
If you're ready, I would begin our exploration. Think back to your time at Boscia Citadel. You needn't focus on a specific memory if that helps. Alright, just promise me you'll be careful in there. Yeah, test of your reflexes would probably be a much bigger attack. Why is this not listed as a solo duty? You know, ZX, you should have some of those tether to boss must get X distance away mechanics for thematic reasons. Like, what kind of, like, because he's attached to you? Because he's clingy. I feel like the fight itself has plenty of mechanics they could just like build up. Yeah, exactly. I mean, fades to white. Nope, can't enter. Well, it means, I guess that means we will do the solo duty now. And by the way, for anyone wondering, like, wait a minute, why are you not Bard? Why are you Dark Knight? I didn't actually check if this quest was level 71, but the first one in this quest chain was level 80. The classic triple loading screen. Hey, isn't this the song from The Burn? Is this Boja's citadel alright? At least, I think it is. Was everything so distorted when you tested this before? The recollection of this place appears grossly incomplete. I can't but assume your memory is being warped by your subconscious. Well, I'd rather not stand around laboring over details. Let's look for the transmission tower and the Principia. Anything of import would have been stored there. Did you see that? A military base appeared out of thin air. Or out of my mind, I suppose. It appeared because he mentioned the Principia, I wonder. What in the world? The road, it just ends. A consequence of your incomplete memories. You have to think back, Sid. Where did this road lead? This all seems so absurd. Recalling the citadel shouldn't be so difficult. Try recalling the cityscape. Remember the blue of the cobblestone streets? If not for the occasional military installation, it would have looked like any other city. You remember where the Imperial troops were heading? Not specifically, no, but they were on edge, something to do with the Academy's research. Wait, I remember! Says memory returns, the way forward opened. That was really loud. You've done it, Sid! The road has returned! We should be able to reach the Principia if we keep heading north. Assuming that north is actually north in this. Look, there's the transmission tower. Site of the Bosha incident. Damn it all, the road is cut off again. Come on, Sid, you have to remember. Sorry, Kaiser, try as I might, my mind is drawing a blank. Maybe there's something around here that might jog my memory. You go find it. A psychological stimulus to prompt recollection. Yes, that just might work. You have to find it, though. You could yeah, I could probably jump that. You find a pile of well-worn blades and shields, though not of Imperial design. Let us see what we can find. Save for these weapons, there's naught to be found here. Yeah, you don't say. You find the smoldering remains of Magitek armor, no doubt left after a fierce battle. Weapons and Magitek armor. Right, the fighting had already started, and I was... Perhaps these will serve to refresh his memory. Well done, Sid. Let us press onward. It's all starting to come back to me now. And the music is leaving. Oh, this is quite funny. If I remember correctly, I did this duty as a Dark Knight originally. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I did. The tension in the air is palpable. Ah, right, the soldiers were on high alert that day. The Boshian resistance had infiltrated the citadel to stop the Academy's experiments. Do you suppose it's possible we can tamper with this memory? A curious question. One I believe worth investigating. Shall we? Oh. I see. The memory appears to be mending itself. Interesting. Altering memories is easier said than done, it seems. Well, let's keep going. Caemmunity. Here we are, the Principia. Inside is the transmission tower. Yoink. Is he fighting them? Oh, it's a little sword, like a little, like a minigun blade. Could they be a manifestation of your subconscious? If so, they likely seek to suppress your memories of the Citadel. Meaning they intend to purge us from your mind. Meaning they intend to purge us from your mind. We cannot let them. So it's a little hard to read and also fight. Is there no end to them? We have to hold on, lest they succeed in erasing us from Sid's mind. They're antibodies. How about anti-brainies? Curious that we could defeat these, but not the soldiers earlier. Perhaps because they are not truly part of his memory? We can worry about that later. Come on, we're nearly at the tower. Sid's imaginary friends. I'm pretty sure I did this particular quest as Dark Knight on my main years ago. Just a little further. That doesn't look suspicious at all. I'm sure there's nothing there. Roar! Random Bahamut. Did Dark Knight have Living Shadow and Shadowbringers? Of course they did. They didn't lose anything going into Endwalker. The main difference in the level 1 to 80 range in Endwalker is that they moved Stalwart Soul to level 40. That's mostly it. Bahamut! This has to be another attempt by your subconscious to stop us. Please, Sid, you have to pull yourself together. Are we sure I'm not suffering from a sudden onset of psychosis? I can't move. It seems to be having an adverse effect on Sid's sight. Quickly, Caetsu, we have to stop it. I'm killing it as quickly as I can, Mikoto. How did Gunbreaker change since Shadowbringers? I think the main thing that was changed in Endwalker was that the Gnashing Fang combo became one button. Just blast straight on Sid. I'm sure he's fine. Careful, I like not the look of this. Oh no! Could his psyche be deteriorating? Guys, look out! What? You mean that it's not normal to see, like, Bahamut summon more Bahamuts? Nah! Nah, impossible. I like how she actually runs around to stay behind him. If I remember correctly, Mikoto also just auto-phases out. Like, either she just doesn't get hit, or she just straight up, like, phases out of existence when she's about to get hit by stuff. I'm sure the Ukop fight involves, like, a phase where Bahamut summons more Bahamuts. I can't imagine it any other way. Yeah, exactly, that was what I was thinking of, Lukadamachi, the after image thing where she just goes like whoop, and then just isn't hit anyway. We have to hold on for Sid. Hello? Thank you. I feel better now. Perhaps now your subconscious will be more forthcoming with the truth in this memory. She dodges into AoEs to show off too. Oh, even better. What are you just standing around for? Excuse me. Excuse me. What's going on here? Why are they so slow? Oh, because I'm lagging. Is that it? Do you recall this happening? Father was so angry that day. I can't see because I'm stuck. Father, please, if you would just look over this data. Enough, damn you. The next time you question me, it shall be the last. Now leave. You of all people should understand the risks. Why do you refuse to see reason? It's rather unlike him to overlook data, no matter the source. Look here, you, I mean... He left behind his research documentation. Pick up the research documents and find page after page of meticulous calculations and observational data on Dalamud. Young Sid posits that the Lesser Moon may very well possess the ability to harness and manipulate solar power. Moreover, the vast stores of energy it has amassed over the millennia, should they be unleashed, would far exceed any parameters the transmission tower may have been designed to withstand. By the gods, this data the Empire would invite a calamity. So many sleepless nights spent on those damn papers, all for nothing. If my suspicions are correct, then he was already... Never mind, let us press on. The truth awaits us. There they are. The replicas of Gunhilda's blades. Are they there? There they are, indeed. Oh, actually, there was one thing that was changed in a few things that were changed with Endwalker and Dark Knight. Delirium used to, believe, last 10 seconds, and it was just like how many Blood Spillers you could cast. And Blood Weapon eventually became 5 charges during Endwalker, but at best you could get 5. It could have been 12 seconds on Delirium, come to think of it, but you know what I mean. You could usually fit 5, I believe. Know your place, whelp. The Meteor project cannot, will not be stopped. Certainly not by the likes of you. No, this is wrong. Emperor Solus couldn't have been there. That's a really big beard, it looks like. Why did you let yourself go? Gone. No, please, Lord Varys, no! Sid, you mustn't forget, this is only a memory. Sid Garland, bringer of ruin. Herald of Ash, your father must be proud. How does it feel to know such calamity follows in your wake? That your failings bring death to all you hold dear? And now you would say, not the time for that. And now you would set this filth against me. Very well. But one fate awaits those who oppose the will of the Empire. This trauma is too much. He's lost control. But this memory is false, Caetsu. Perhaps you can alter it with the echo. Think of your truest friends. That is an awkward angle for Mikoto. Did you see that? Well, now I'm disappointed. Why didn't I summon the Caemmunity? That was always your greatest strength, instilling in others the courage to rise up, the courage to fight for what's right. No Growler now. Wah, wah. You get to summon the Caemmunity for the extreme version. Oh, I could do that. I don't think Graha was there. Let's see. Nope. He's indeed not there. Oh, I don't even get to tank. Thancred is using his super mega taunt. I'll just not tank then. You do it, Thancred, if you so desire. You like, if you're going to be the tank, the provoke spammer, then I'll just... I will not hold back. I will not hold back.
Oh, look, it's Blade and Blade!
Is it that bad? I'm pretty sure the group comp we have right now is 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 1, 2, 3 DPS, and then Mikoto's not a Scion, so. I don't think she's a Scion. We have a... That's a good point. We do have a rogue. That's thank you, Thancred. It's a rogue using Dream Within a Dream, by the way. I do find it funny that Ignis Est thing starts with an extremely short line AoE. Oh yeah, the shield charge. I have to say, I could almost imagine this like thing that Varus is doing, like this entire style he's fighting in, as a job. Where, like, you charge something in the shield, and then you release it later. That would be really cool, at least. Guardian Gunbreaker looks so fun. Yeah. That is actually a good point, Emir. We do have a lot of healers in the Scions. That is absolutely true. This isn't right either. Emperor Lord Varus, he wasn't there. The Academy was given full charge of the project. Though these events are as you remember them, this is not the truth. Not entirely. Whoever this is, your mind has been trying to protect you from them. It was his father that shot him. I just teach me how to spawn clones. Maybe that's what the Gunbreakers will get in Dawn Trail. Kagebunshi no Jutsu! I mean, yeah, Estinian can just do 7 or 8 Star Divers at once, right? Well, if it isn't Varys, then who in the hells is it? What could I possibly have to hide from myself? It was your dad! You are the father! So it was you who pulled the trigger, father. Sid, look! His eyes! No, it can't be. If contact with Dalamut was able to stir Bahamut to consciousness, it stands to reason that Treadworm discovered a way to link to the tower and thereby enslave your father. In which case, there was nothing that could be done for him. There's no arguing or reasoning with such individuals. There's only the will of the Primal. And if Bahamut was controlling your father at the time of the accident, then in all likelihood, it wasn't an accident. And so the truth finally comes to light. Wait, what did Smol do, Cat Damon? Is no one going to be there with Sid? No? Bahamut's thrall, and no one was the wiser, not even your own son. I think so, Emir.
Yeah, crazy bastards did it. Once Mikoto's described the inscriptions to me, I'll have those weapons forged in no time. On behalf of the Boshan resistance, you have my deepest thanks.
I'm just glad I could help.
Ever since that fateful day, the truth of what befell our loved ones had eluded us. I held the Empire and your father responsible for their part of the tragedy, and for many years that hatred was all that kept me going. Indeed, I was blinded by that hatred, so much so that even you appeared to me as an enemy. I could not see the blood, sweat, and tears you had poured into bettering the lives of those seeking freedom from the Empire. I could see only a guardian, and for that, I'm sorry. If you can forgive me, let us be allies, united against a common foe. Come now, I'm the one who should apologize to you. After all my father and the Empire did, even if not all of their own volition, their crimes will never be forgotten. I'd hazard even victory over the Empire won't be enough to ease such pain, and even now that I know the truth behind the Bosha incident, all it's done is make me question the choices that led me here to this moment. But regardless of the past, we have to keep pressing forward, one step at a time, for freedom. Just as the heroes of Eld would have done, we Boshans grew up on such tales of peerless warriors, pure of heart and unwavering in their conviction. Yet here we are, so full of doubt and uncertainty. Will we ever earn our place in the pages of history? Cheer up, Baisalien. If we live long enough, perhaps we'll be the ones to pen them. You say the crystal focus is no longer responsive. Oh. It would appear what stores of ether resided within it have been depleted. I did not expect our exploration of your mind to be such a taxing endeavor. Once I identify its etheric affinity and a power source with a compliant energy frequency, I am confident its reserves can be replenished. I thought perhaps the Alliance could use it to extract information from some of their less cooperative Guardian captives, but nothing's ever that easy, is it? I'm afraid aetherology is beyond the scope of my expertise, so I'll leave the rest to you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call for me. Thank you for all your help, Master Sid. Well, I'd better head back. I have a mountain of work waiting for me. Before you go... If you ever feel lost, you can always talk to me. Of course, if I run into any ether-related problems, you'll be the first to know. Ah, she shot her shot and kinda missed. Ah, poor Mikoto. Well, Ymir, Mikoto's very, very intelligent. Sid is possibly one of the few people where she could go off on one of her weird, like, rants almost, where she just talks super scientific. And while he might not understand the words, he, like, yet, because he isn't, like, etherology, but he would be like, okay, so what does that mean? And she would be able to explain it to a point where he's like, okay, now I know for next time. So maybe he's like attracted to that kind of, like, he's extremely clever, like extremely intelligent and interested in that, in learning. Right, I really must get to work on the crystal focus. Indeed. Don't let an arrow though. Cat Demon says, is Bice poop in Danish too? Nope, I do not believe so. Bayer is like a affectionate word for beer, and Bice is also an affectionate word for beer. You could say. I think affectionate word could make sense.
It mean the closest is it means beer, but it's more like slang. And you might be saying, wait, how can you have an affectionate word for beer? Welcome to Denmark. Everything is at last in place to begin work on the weapons of Queen Hilda's guard. Master Gerald will be able to apprise you of any further progress in their forging. In the meantime, we'll begin preparations for battle. I look forward to seeing you on the front lines. Tuning to all Ethernet shouts in the Doman Enclave, but now unlock Gangos as an Ethernet destination. Oh boy! Meanwhile, at Valnane in Dalmasca.
Our spies at the Gangos encampment have confirmed work on the blades of Gunhilda is underway. They are welcome to them. Who has need of such trinkets when the Lady of Blades will soon be in play? We will proceed as planned. When the forces reach Bosha, you know what must be done. Understood. The Empire has faded to fall, but in its place a new nation shall rise. Grander and mightier than anything the Guardians could ever have dreamed. And it shall be made possible by the very power they abhor.
Exactly, Mia. So welcome back, girl. We usually do around 6 hours on Smol Caetsu. The Edge of Memory. Save the Queen, chapter the 1st. I think we will have to progress further on this next time. However, we could absolutely take a picture for next time here. Like over at maybe it's Sheros, because that's where you enter boat. Well, he's right next to a brazier, so maybe not. Maybe at the cache. That's a good idea. Can I stand on it? Why can I not stand on it? I can't stand on it. It's an invisibly tall box. Yeah, we usually... I always try to do it around, like, 6 hours for Smol Caetsu streams. But yeah, long stream. And that also means that we've been fortunate. That means that I know for certain that the laptop can hold on for an extremely long stream. Because it did today. By the way, who's Alex Usurlois? It's Sängerkrieg. All right, perfect. It's just it didn't the name didn't ring a bell. I'm assuming you're on the way, Cat Damon. Can't perform action in this location. What? Really? Why not? Weird. Well, Graham, maybe you can make do with, like, a bard action. By the way, did Aradel not want to be in the picture? It saw them right over there. I'm guessing I can't see because of my graphics settings. Oh, that sounds good. Look at the Magi. I hope you win. They won, Frog. Oh. Yeah, in that case, just some progress would be nice, right? I don't know, Emir. Maybe Ardil did not want to be in the picture. Maybe they had to go. Actually, given that it is Sunday. That's okay, Ardil. You can still be on the picture. I want to correct on that, everyone. Aradel says they didn't participate in the stream. Last I checked, Aradel was, if nothing else, present in the chat for the majority of the stream. So I would say Aradel participated in the stream. I don't think you have to have participated in content in the stream to be allowed to be in the thumbnail. That's why I say if you want, like, anyone who's in the chat can, like, if you can get to where we are, you can be on the picture. Like that's the requirement. Can you get to the picture, you can be on the picture. But if you don't want to be in the picture, you don't have to be. I don't want you to feel like you have to be on the picture, Ardil. But that's why I ask. But if that's the case, then I think we're all gathered. So if you want to do an emote on the thumbnail, make sure to do the emote. If you want to use an expression, add that afterwards. If you don't want to do an emote, and you might have done one, sit down and stand back up to reset. If you want to use an idle pose, you may also need to do this. Yeah. And if you want to use an action as your animation, you can do that too. think that looks pretty good. Just hoping the crown's blade glow works, and it looks glowy there. Apparently my scroll lock, which is the default keybind to hide UI things, is like one of the FN keys. Excellent. Very good. Right. So... do you need a moment to take your picture, Graham? Done. Okay. I will leave the party, and then I will return home. And then we will put Smol Caetsu to bed after I've taken a picture for a schedule or something. Well, we didn't quite reach level 72, but if Bosha is as effective for leveling as people say, then once we're started with that, we should reach level 80 really, really fast. Also, hey, so yep. I'm just about reaching the point where we're rounding up, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've specifically heard a lot of people suggest that not only is Bosha really good, but a lot of people believe that it is so good that why would you do anything else from level 71 to 80? And some would even say that it also blows 80 to 90 out of the water. I don't know, because I tried leveling a few jobs in Bosha. Like way a long time ago, and I just didn't like it. I didn't have fun. As I said, I don't like fate trains, and that's how you level in Bosha primarily, or at least in part. I do hope you find it helpful, Zucap. And yeah, next time when we actually get to Bosha, everyone would actually be able to participate. We would be able to just be plowing around doing everything in Bosha, and we could be everyone who wants to participate. I mean, assuming we don't like round up to be like 72 players. But that would surprise me. Oh yeah, that's also a good point, is that there's probably some that would rather not participate on OCE ping. But I can't do anything about that. Like, that's I think it would be fun. Everyone assuming they're capable of entering Bosha, but I think there's more that can. than people that can't. Right. If you... Whoops. Relax. Relax, Bit Defender. Not right now. Lie down and wait. If you enjoyed the wonderful company of me or the community in the chat, remember that there's a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join where you will find most of these people, and of course also me. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up on the channel throughout a week. I usually update that Sunday or Monday, but given the current state of affairs where my main PC basically went it might be a little shaky. I'm not entirely sure what I can plan for certain, what things I can't plan for certain. But we're making things work. We're making things work. You will also find the announcement room where you'll find links to videos and streams when I plan them or put them out. And you can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role if you would like a notification whenever I put out a video or stream. That also comes with an extra reminder around 15 minutes before a stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And as Ymia said, if you have a membership of the channel on YouTube, if you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, you get a fancy pink name and a crystal next to your name like you see here on YouTube on the Discord server. Makes you stand out in a way. And if you liked this particular stream and enjoyed it very much, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system, because that of course tells the YouTube algorithm that you enjoyed this stream and you like other people to enjoy it as well. So that of course helps me a lot. Thank you so much in advance. And I have heard that the bonkers weird new UI design on YouTube has been rolled back for a lot of people, but in case you're still cursed with it, I've heard that the like button reappears if you switch to cinematic mode. With that said, if you would also like to support the channel even more directly, you can also yourself become a member of the channel. You can also gift memberships. You can use the super chat system, and if you don't like to use YouTube for this, you can also go on the Ko-Fi link in the description. That is also an option to support the channel more directly. However, all the support, whether it's participating in the stream, watching the videos, or directly becoming a member and so on, it all helps very much, and I do appreciate it. And becoming a member doesn't it isn't a requirement to see some extra content. All of the videos on the channel are free for everyone. With that said, I hope you all enjoyed this stream. Good night, good morning, afternoon, and evening, depending on where you are in the world. And with that, we just have to put Smol Guy to bed. Good night. Good night. Let's hope my end slate still works.